Chapter 1. Izuku sighed as the teacher slammed his hands down on his desk. Seriously? Since you're all third years, it's time for you to start thinking seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but the blonde teacher scooped up his notes. You're all. He proceeded to throw all of the handouts into the air above his head. Pretty much planning on going into the hero course, right? The man beamed excitedly, and Izuku watched the papers fall, drifting downwards as the class exploded around him into chaos. Yes, they all cried out excitedly. Izuku sighed-eyed a boy pulling out his eyeballs, a boy elongating his neck, and a girl with fire for a hand. The person in front of Izuku was just cheering because his head was literally a wooden shape with a pointy end like a pencil. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. The teacher laughed playfully. But using your powers at school is against the rules. Izuku sighed and seriously considered banging his head against his desk in frustration. It didn't get better as Kaken spoke up. Teach, don't lump us all in the same group. Izuku looked one row in front of him and one seat to his left where Kaken was, and wasn't surprised to see him sitting completely wrong in the chair. Kaken had his ankles crossed on top of his desk, leaning so far back his head was hanging upside down off the back of the chair. Izuku was disappointed. I'm not going to be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Kaken sat up to smirk. Here we go, Izuku muttered into his face mask. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Some students yelled, waving their fists around. Yeah, more of the class agreed. You should all shut up like the extras you are. Kaken gave them a manic grin with crazed eyes. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? The teacher prompted, looking at a clipboard. Kaken's grin only widened. UA? That national school? Someone asked shrilly as the class oohed and awed. It was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Someone else exclaimed. Their acceptance rate's always really low, too. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. Kaken cut through the chatter. He then jumped to stand on his desk, and Izuku put his mostly covered face in his gloved hands. I aced the mock test. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Kaken yelled even louder with confidence. My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners. Oh, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? At the words, Izuku lifted his head. The teacher was leaned forward on his elbows to look at Izuku behind pencil head. Kaken sat back down and huffed, staring at Izuku. The class exploded. People were beaming and cheering, clapping, and congratulating him wildly. Oh, I knew you'd do it. One girl squeaked. We believe in you. A boy gave him a thumbs up. You'll be the best healer there is. Izuku sighed, frowning. Not that they could see his mouth at all, his bright green eyes, plus the parts of his forehead not covered by green curls that looked slightly like a bush, being the only exposed part of his face. I'm not going to be a healer, he said, annoyed. I'm going to be a hero. The class seemed to freeze before everyone started laughing violently. Good joke, Midoriya. Healers are heroes, I get it. As if a healing quirk would be of any use in a fight. Some people clutched their stomachs as they laughed, others pounded on their desks loudly. Izuku barely resisted snapping at them. Okay, class, time to pay attention again. Eyes up front. The teacher called to the class, who calmed a minor amount. Midoriya, I know you'll be a great healer. He smiled at Izuku, and the green-haired boy felt his heart clench, like every time someone said that to him. The bell chimed, and everyone packed up, a group chatting about karaoke or something near the front, and Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder. Glancing to the side, he made eye contact with Kaken. He wasn't glaring, but Izuku still looked away quickly. The way those red eyes were always watching, scrutinizing him in a way that told Izuku that Kaken just knew Izuku wasn't going to end up a healer, and he didn't like it. Izuku shuffled out of school and began his usual walk home. He sighed, realizing it was a Friday, so his mom would be home from work already. That would be fun, especially today, what with the high school applications. He unlocked the door and was immediately greeted by the smell of his mother's cooking and the sight of her easygoing smile. She looked almost exactly the same as she did when he was little. Pretty and sleek green hair that matched her eyes, slim waist, and long legs. Her smile was bright too, not carefree, Exactly, but bright. Happy in a way Izuku just can't reach. Izuku pulled his shoes off tiredly, leaving them by the door as he reluctantly made his way inside. Izuku, his mom called happily, turning around to look Izuku's way. Did you have a good time at school? Don't forget you need to apply to UA today. She handed the slip he'd been ignoring, the one labeled Future Course Survey Form. He took it wordlessly and headed for his room. I have homework. I'll see you at dinner. Izuku muttered as he pulled his door open. He heard her yelling something back, but he ignored it. She probably just repeated that he needed to go to UA High School, specifically their healer's course. UA started a healer's course when Recovery Girl was given a staff position after her field retirement. They'd set it up so kids with aspirations to be healers or medics could get their education alongside future heroes to build better bonds. The theory was that the healers from UA would team up with heroes from UA. They'd take a written exam and a practical exam, based on the medical field. Almost nobody enrolled because of how few people there were with healing quirks. Healers in general were becoming less common, slowly being replaced by field medics. There was a healer course student about every 5 or 6 years, and usually only one at a time. There had been 2 healer students at UA once, when Izuku was about 6, one with a healing quirk and one with a pain-soothing quirk, but there hadn't been any since then. They'd graduated 4 years ago, and Izuku's mother hoped he'd be the next star of the UA healer's course. Izuku, of course, had been given so many anatomy and medical-oriented textbooks growing up that he could do the written aspect in his sleep. He was also nearly positive the physical exam involved mockly injured patients, maybe in a battle-type field area, that the participants would have to assess, treat, and keep calm, which he could also do easily as well. He'd taken so many classes as a child. However, it wasn't what Izuku wanted. He didn't care if he had to be a hero practically quirkless. He'd have to treat illnesses the same way if he was a healer anyway. His quirk only worked on things caused by injury. Izuku sighed and pulled off his gloves in the safety of his room, followed by his face mask. Izuku then rested his head on his arm, plopped on his desk, and shut his eyes. Maybe he was dumbing his quirk down a little, making it seem less impressive, but it wasn't like telling the full truth helped him any. It usually only dug him into a deeper hole. Tilting his chair back in a way that made his neck hurt, Izuku sighed again. Then he paused as he caught sight of the cover of a notebook sitting under his desk. It was one of the ones he used to scribble in about his quirk, using them almost like diaries. Leaning a little to the side, he saw a whole stack. So that's where they ended up. Izuku remembered when he'd loved it, before people started steering him the wrong way, before he started to question if he'd ever really be a hero. He reached down to grab the top one, gently flipping it open to run his fingertips over the words with a soft smile. I got my quirk today. Mommy says I'll be a great hero. I can make people's aukis go away just by touching them, and Kaken says I'll be a great hero too. Izuku remembered that day, scribbling away in orange crayon, filling the whole page with 2 sentences. He grabbed another book and flipped to a random page. Good news. I learned that any skin contact works. I'd previously been using just my hands when I practiced, but Mom cut her palm while cooking and she was healed after she brushed up against my bare shoulder. Kaken says I'll be a healer. People tell me healers aren't the same as heroes, and I need to stop saying I'll be a hero. Maybe they don't understand what I mean. Izuku's smile slipped, wishing he'd never noticed. He grabbed a random other book from the stack. People try to help me learn how my quirk works. I wish they wouldn't. I get really tired after using it over and over, especially when people are extra hurt. Some people don't even ask, they just brush past me or grab my arm, and it feels like all my energy is just gone. Where did it go? I'll ask Mom. Kaken always yells at them when they grab me. It makes it a little better. Update. My quirk is energy-based, like Recovery Girl's, but the opposite. Instead of using the patient's energy, I'm using my own. They said I'll pass out if I keep overworking my quirk, smiling as if I'm doing it on purpose. I wonder if wearing long sleeves would work. I already wear gloves. Izuku's grip tightened on the notebook, and he released it with a sharp breath. He reached for another, head nearly smacking into the underside of the desk as he reached, and flipped it open. I've decided I don't like middle school. I thought people would stop redirecting me as I got older, because I really do want to be a hero. Instead, they treat me like I don't know the 2 words are different. Healer and hero. Why don't they understand I want to save people, not heal them after they've already been saved? Doctors and healers are amazing. They do so much for us, and I really admire that. But I admire them like I admire teachers. They help us at school, and they're invaluable to the community. However, I don't want to be a teacher. In that same way, I don't want to be a healer. Maybe that doesn't make sense. The kids here are creative. They touch my neck, my legs, my ankles, anywhere they can reach to steal my energy. Kakin tried helping, but he can only do so much. He's the same as always, keeps us close, but never on the same level. Does he even think I'll be a hero anymore? Are we still the same kids we used to be? Izuku tried to ignore the emotions building inside him as he grabbed the notebook in the bottom. The last, dated to the end of his first year of middle school. 2 years ago. Kakin doesn't talk to me anymore. He and I aren't even friends these days. Is it my fault? Does he hate that I'm not doing what everyone wants? He used to say I'd work as a healer at his agency. Are we even best friends still? Sometimes I think he hates me inside and doesn't talk to me, so he won't say it. Izuku flipped to the last page of that same book and his hands shook as he traced the pencil lines where it was ingrained in the paper. He'd pressed too hard while writing it, evidently. This is my last entry. Kakin and Aunt Mitsuki said I would be a good healer again today. Mom says that too. She never hears me, not really. She loves me a lot, but also not at all. She loves showing off my quirk to strangers, flaunting it, and telling them how special I am and how amazing I'll be once I'm a healer and go to UA High. Better than Recovery Girl, she says. Talking back isn't allowed, so I've given up trying to explain it to her. Is that true? Is that what I'm meant to do? Be a healer and stay on the sidelines, waiting as villains rage and crash and burn until the anger is gone and the rubble is left and fire is out? Waiting until I feel useless, and then rush to help people who need my quirk? Why is it always my quirk? It comes back to my quirk. Always. Why is that all I'm worth? Midoriya Izuku. Izuku felt as droplets slid off his chin and watched as they splashed onto the paper, distorting the harsh pencil marks but not enough to wipe the pigment away. Izuku didn't move, simply sitting as angry tears fell and his uneven breathing shook his frame. Why didn't anyone believe him? Why didn't they understand? Wasn't he more than his quirk? Was that all people cared about? Would they still care if he had a fire quirk? A nail-growing quirk? What about if he'd been quirkless? Would they still love him then? Izuku hugged himself, dropping the notebook onto the floor, and glared to slow the tears. It was fine. He was fine. He could still save people as a healer, even if he didn't get into the hero course. But it still hurt. He still had to try. Izuku. He looked up as his mom opened the door and hurriedly wiped the tears off his face. Baby, what's wrong? She wiped her hands on her apron, stepping further into the room. I want to be a hero, Izuku said hoarsely. His mother froze. I want to be a hero so badly. Healers are heroes, his mother said gently. You were born to be a healer. It's what you're meant to do. But I don't want to, Izuku said, frowning as he wiped his eyes stubbornly. I don't want to be a healer. You don't really have a choice, baby, Inko said, walking over to smile as she lifted his chin. You'll make a wonderful healer, and someday you'll be so happy you'll forget all this childish nonsense. I've always wanted to be a hero, and I always will, Izuku said, turning his head away so her hand no longer cupped his chin. You know that. Every little kid wants to be a hero, Izuku, Inko said pointedly, straightening. Everyone grows up someday. She kissed his forehead lightly, then walked out of the room and gave him one last smile before she gently shut the door. Izuku buried his face in his hands and squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to cry again. He'd forgotten how it felt to be touched so gently, and he wished she would stop. Affection from his mother was so confusing, and it only made him feel worse. He halfway wished she'd just hit him again instead. He took a deep breath and sat up, looking around his room for some kind of a distraction. He failed. He could see the 3 solo pieces of hero merchandise his mother had given him over the years. A Nightai action figure, a custom Eraserhead-themed poster, and a Crimson Riot stuffed animal. The rest of the stuff she'd given him were medical or healing-inspired, like the medical symbol on his bedsheets, the rod of Asclepius, stacks of books with Recovery Girl's face on them in neat rows on bookshelves, and so many toy doctor kits. Apparently, they'd been popular pre-quirk at some point and had made a comeback when Izuku was little. He hadn't had very much beyond small toys and onesies, but she donated the few All Might things he had as a small child. The same time she started slowly steering him towards Recovery Girl and healing, too. He'd held tight to heroics, but he had let All Might go. Izuku didn't need to be a hero like All Might. He just wanted to save people at all. A hero who people could believe in, one who saved them before, and not after they were hurt. It hurt so badly that his mother never believed in him, that she actively told him it wasn't possible. Izuku gritted his teeth and glared at the medical paraphernalia around his room, clenching his fists in determination he hadn't known existed until that moment. Izuku straightened and looked at his desk, the course survey form still on it, and picked up a pencil easily. This time, as he wrote UA High School, Healer and Hero courses, he tried to convince himself it was for the best. It would please his mother for him to take the healer tests, even if Izuku knew it would take its toll on him. Either way, he was going to be a hero, and nobody was going to stop him. Chapter 2. Izuku frowned slightly, looking up at the UA sign. UA entrance exam location. Izuku swallowed heavily and stared. On the outside, he was covered mouth to toe in black clothing. Izuku figured he looked a little odd, but he didn't particularly care. His middle school uniform being black, plus his black medical face mask, black gloves, and black scarf he wrapped around his neck. New people, new scenarios. He wasn't risking any exposed skin. He then turned as he heard Kaken's voice. "Oi, what are you doing at the hero course exam?" Kaken frowned as Izuku fell into step beside him. "Healer's exam isn't till tomorrow, idiot." "I'm taking the test here like everyone else." Izuku answered stiffly. "TCH." Kaken's lip curled. "There's no harm in trying," Izuku said curtly. "Besides, I've taken self-defense classes." "Only because you can't be a defenseless little healer who can't protect himself." Kaken glared. "Just don't get in my way." Izuku sighed. "I'm not planning on it. I just want to get in." Kaken gave him a scrutinizing look before a sharp nod. They navigated, following the crowd, to another sign. UA High School Hero Course. Exam Orientation. The room was large, an auditorium style with what looked like hundreds of seats and dozens of rows packed with students. Izuku sat down with Kaken and waited until the lights dramatically turned on above the stage one by one. The UA logo appeared on a huge screen, yellow letters and blue background on full display. For all you examinee listeners tuning in today, welcome to my show today. Izuku squinted from where he sat and sighed when he recognized Present Mike. The guy ran a radio show. Put your hands up radio. Everybody say hey. He leaned forward with a hand cupping his ear, in perfect timing to hear dead silence. What a refined response. Present Mike shrugged dramatically, shaking through his frame. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yawa. The last part was a dramatic shout, also answered with silence. I listened to his radio before. Izuku whispered to Kaken. That's Present Mike. Kaken just glared at him and remained silent. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. The screen behind the hero shifted to show a main tealish area that read "You are here," surrounded and linked to 7 other colorful areas labeled AG. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to your specialized battle centers, okay? Nobody answered once again, as everyone seemed to be checking their cards. Okay, the hero repeated, a little annoyed. In other words, they won't let you work with your classmates, huh? Kaken muttered. Izuku turned to him, to see he was peeking at Izuku's card. Oh yeah, we have consecutive examinee numbers, but different battle centers. Interesting, Izuku noted. His number was number 2234, and he was in Battle Center B. Kaken number read number 2233 and was in Battle Center. Kaken clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't look at my card, he snapped. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You looked at mine first, Izuku retorted, and Kaken scowled. When he said nothing, Izuku turned to face the screen with a huff as it dinged and changed. It showed a model of a very squished and tiny city. 3 different types of faux villains are stationed in each battle center. As Mike spoke, Dark shapes appeared on screen with numbers 1P, 2P, and 3P labeling them. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. An oddly pixelated and cartoon-y version of Present Mike showed on screen, moving down an alley and coming across one of the dark shapes. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the faux villains. As Mike said this, Screen Mike tapped different shapes labeled 1P, 2P, and 3P to destroy them. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Mike waved a finger, as if scolding a child, at the crowd. May I ask a question? Izuku glanced at where the voice came from to see a tall boy shoot to his feet, hand in the air, straight as a board. Izuku realized what the boy said was less like a request for permission and more of an order. Okay. Mike pointed at the boy in the crowd, and he was lit up suddenly by a bright spotlight. Izuku noticed the boy was in the yellow suit jacket and holding up a sheet of paper. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. The boy seemed dead serious, voice never wavering. He lowered the paper and placed a fist on his chest stoically. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. He then spun around, giving Izuku a good look at his blue striped tie and square glasses as he pointed directed at Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly hair. Izuku raised an eyebrow nobody could see and simply waved. You've been whispering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. I'm here to be a hero, Izuku said blandly, like everyone else. Okay. Mike made calming down motions to the boy standing, before grinning with a thumbs up. Examinee number 7111, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. Izuku decided he didn't like number 7111. At the front of the room, the screen was once again showing the squished city with the dark shapes, this time with 4. The new one had a 0P hanging above it. This guy's an obstacle, so to speak. Izuku narrowed his eyes as a pixel Mike once again began strolling the animated city street. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. Pixel Mike was approached by a bouncing dark shape, and the little character hightailed it away. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it, either. Little Mike kept on running down the street. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Izuku realized 7111 was still standing with a spotlight on him, and the boy was now bowing deeply. Please excuse the interruption. He sat down heavily, still straight as an arrow. That's all from me. Present Mike held out his arms. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present. Our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." Go beyond. Plus Ultra, Mike announced, bent backwards funny as the screen exploded with Plus Ultra in yellow surrounded by pink and blue and what looked like a giant splat of green behind the words. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. The stage lights went out, and Izuku sighed as he pushed himself to his feet. Izuku was dropped off the UA bus at a place with another sign. UA High School Hero Course. Entrance Exam. Battle Center B. Izuku had to admit, the signs were a little excessive. Everyone was given time to change before the buses left, and Izuku looked around to see people in loose jackets and tank tops. Examinee 7111 was wearing what looked like a skin-tight spandex exercise suit in blue. Izuku himself was wearing loose black pants. For mobility, better gloves with grips for traction, same with his shoes, a black long-sleeve turtleneck, and his black mask still firmly in place. So, nearly the same look as before, but without it being his school uniform. Oh well. People around him were in awe of the large city in front of them, apparently surprised it was so big, and there were even more on school grounds. It was as if they didn't know they were at UA. Izuku tried to relax and resisted tensing up as he kept all his anxiety under control. He knew he was getting into UA regardless of the results from the hero exam. He could do the healer exam in his sleep. But he wanted to pass this exam, this course. It's where his dreams were. He stepped a bit closer, examining the giant doors in front of the crowd of excited examinees but froze when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Immediately, Izuku spun around and slapped the hand to the side, away from him, and Izuku glared upwards to see examinee 7111 looming over him. "Touch me again, and we'll have problems," he seethed. Izuku noticed people staring, but ignored them as he took steps back away from the boy. 7111 looked annoyed. "That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here?" Izuku resisted, blinking blankly. "I have no idea what you mean." Izuku stuffed his hands in his loose pockets. He felt comforted by the smooth metal resting there. "Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else?" the boy said intensely. Izuku narrowed his eyes. "No, shove off. I don't care what you think of me, just don't touch me. I'm not bothering anyone." People were staring as Izuku turned his back on the boy who had crossed his muscular arms. "Okay, start." Izuku looked up at the voice, giant doors creaking open, and only paused for a moment from surprise. He started running with the main pack, sprinting through the doors. Izuku turned sharply, 2 blocks from the big group to the left, and kept running. He'd have better luck if he wasn't close to others who could take his points unfairly, like point stealing. Izuku knew Kaken wouldn't do something like that. It wouldn't be fun for him if he wasn't earning them himself, but most people weren't like that. They would just wait for someone to distract the bot before. Bam! The building beside Izuku exploded and he bounded towards it, flicking his knife out of his pocket. It was a special knife, but he didn't particularly care in that moment. Time to use his special knife for not its intended purpose. The robot beeped, something about a target, but Izuku was already halfway there. He closed the gap and landed on its huge green metal arm and slashed his knife into it. The robot trembled, a one-pointer, Izuku realized. Izuku jumped higher and slammed his knife through the back of the tube head, the camera eye. It dimmed, red fading to dull metallic gray, and shut off. Izuku nodded to himself as he jumped off the dead bot, rolling as he landed. He had work to do. It was a while after Izuku heard Mick's announcement of 6 minutes and something seconds, and he was starting to hear people's voices yelling out about how many points they had combined with robot destruction noises. Changing direction, he headed further down his street and one over, away from the sounds. Another 3-pointer confronted him, and he took it down as quickly as he could, like the others. 2 stabs as he climbed up its torso or arm, and 2 in the head. Dodging flailing arms, and sometimes also lasers, you know. Fun times. Izuku swiped his forehead with a sleeved arm, careful to keep the knife away from his face. He would have continued running, if not for the ground jerking out from under him. Maybe Izuku was being a little dramatic. A building nearby went down, 2 actually, and as the ground shook underneath it, the shock resonated outwards all the way to Izuku. He shut his eyes and took a deep breath, then sprinted for the rumbling. The 0-pointer wasn't exactly subtle as the smoke cleared. As he ran, Izuku found himself cursing Present Mike and his misleading explanation. "It's an obstacle," he said. "It's not unbeatable," he said. "Just avoid," he said. "It goes crazy in small spaces," he said. What utter shit. Izuku panted as he ran. Everything is a small space when you're that big. He found the street where the robot was emerging from, and everyone was just staring instead of acting. Izuku climbed up a fire escape and crouched on a roof for a better vantage point. The robot was massive. It towered over the street and roofs, its shadow covering half a dozen examinees in the street. Windows cracked, buildings creaked, the ground shook, and still people didn't move. Not until one enormous fist slammed into the ground, cracking the street and splitting the concrete. That's when the screaming started. Izuku watched as people ran, sprinting away. Some tripped and clung to other people as they ran, some sprinting away easily, others were completely frozen. Izuku swung down using a telephone pole and wobbled slightly as he landed. The dust settled, and Izuku spotted white and brown throwing the remaining dust cloud. There was a person stuck in the rubble. Izuku took off right down the street. Ow! Izuku ran straight for the feminine voice, faint struggling to be heard. He arrived and distantly heard the 2-minute warning as he assessed the situation. The robot was too close, and she was injured. She was on her stomach, struggling on her elbows with both legs pinned to the knees. "Miss, please stop struggling," Izuku said. She looked up with tears in her eyes, huge and brown. I need to move the rubble. Don't move. Izuku started shoveling the rubble off quickly, the grips on his gloves helping. The debris on her legs was small in size, but there was so much of it. He then grabbed her under both arms and heaved her out. She shrieked in pain, and he winced. You'll be just fine. Breathe for me. That's it, you're okay. The robot lifted an enormous fist to squash them, and Izuku dove out of the way, girl in tow. They rolled, him landing on the hard concrete, holding her tightly to his chest. They were in an alley, out of the robot's direct line of sight. He sat up and set the girl down, laying her on her back in the alley. I'm using my quirk on you. It won't hurt, I promise. I'm going to heal you. Izuku didn't wait for a response as he tugged off a glove. She looked quite green in the face. He noticed, brown hair pillowed underneath her head. Nausea from quirk overuse or from the injury? Izuku's glove slipped free and he touched her cheek lightly, the easiest skin to find. The girl gasped. Her eyes flashed green for a moment, a toxic green much brighter than any that existed outside of Izuku's quirk, and Izuku closed his eyes in concentration before releasing her face. 1 full second. He could handle 1 second of drawbacks. Izuku breathed deeply as a wave of exhaustion, rocking into him before it faded. Good. He was fine then. What was that? The girl mumbled, eyes still huge and a little dazed. He stood and then helped her to her feet with his one gloved hand. As soon as they were both standing, Izuku slipped his other glove back on. My quirk is called Band-Aid. He smiled at her under his mask. Nothing was broken, just bruises and stuff. You'll be just fine. I fixed it all up. He then turned to the mouth of the alley, saying nothing else, watching dust block any visibility and leaving only crashes and destruction to track the robot's movements with. Time's up, Present Mike yelled. A huge alarm went off, and Izuku grinned under his mask. He did it. Exiting the alleyway, the girl padding along behind him, Izuku made his way out of the destroyed area and onto an intact road. Izuku grinned as he was given gummies by Recovery Girl once she tracked them down. He really did admire her. At some point the girl he'd saved disappeared, but he didn't mind, as long as she was safe. He had no idea how many points he had, but it was at least 20. He'd find out soon enough. When he got home, unscathed and completely safe, his mother was waiting. Izuku, his mother was standing with her hands on her hips in the middle of the living room. Hi, Mom. Izuku sighed. Inko walked right up to him and slapped him across the face. It stung, and he bit his tongue as his curls fell across his eyes. What were you thinking? You snuck out with only a note, as explanation? Izuku didn't bother turning his head back to face her, content to stare at the floor. I'm fine, Mom, he whispered. I know I didn't tell you I'd be going to entrance exams today, but I did a good job. I saved a girl. Izuku finally raised his eyes. I healed her too. Oh, Izuku, I told you that you were always meant to be a healer. Even if it was a heroics exam, you did the right thing eventually. Izuku recoiled a little at her proud smile. But, Mom, I also saved her. Izuku repeated. I jumped in front of a robot taller than a building, and I got her away from danger. You ran towards a robot? Taller than a building? His mom's voice was shrill in a way Izuku didn't like, and he winced. Mom, that's what being a hero is all about. I want to save people from danger. That will definitely mean redirecting that danger towards myself a bit. Heroics as a career is dangerous. His mother's expression softened into something close to pity. I know, Izuku, but this isn't what you're meant to do. She reached forward to touch his cheek, and he stiffened. You know you'll only get hurt, right? I'm just trying to keep you safe, baby. Izuku clenched his teeth and tried to control his tone. So what? Kids get hurt all the time. Do you remember how often Kaken accidentally blasted himself with his quirk? I've certainly never done that. Remember how he accidentally blew up a table? His headboard? Ended up in the ER for trying to fly and hitting a tree. Izuku sighed when his mother didn't respond. Hero School is a safe place to make mistakes. We go there to learn. What if I become a healer one day and, say, I'm attacked by a patient who's delirious and he stabs me with a nearby scalpel? You gonna tell me I can't be a healer? Or is it just heroics that's too dangerous? Oh, Izuku, you've made up your mind, haven't you? Izuku moved around her, refusing to make eye contact. You'll regret it. You were given that quirk for a reason, and if you... It's my life. Izuku bit out, facing away from her. This is what I want. I took the exam, and now we just wait and see if I pass. He glanced over his shoulder and locked eyes with her, green on green, numb denial in his and angry disappointment in hers. Just try to understand. Please. I'm never going to approve of you throwing your life away like this, she said firmly. People are going to die, you know, because you're selfish. Izuku turned and stalked to his room, shut the door, and didn't come out until dinner. Izuku had taken the exam, and yet he felt just a little bit worse because of it. Chapter 3. The next day, Izuku was once again outside UA High School, this time alone. There were no bustling students, no crowds to follow, no kakin. Taking a deep breath, Izuku entered the school and followed the little signs with the rod of Asclepius on them, the staff with a snake around it. He found himself in a nurse's office with beige walls and white beds, door wide open. He stepped inside to find Recovery Girl sitting on a stool at a desk in front of a computer, typing away. My name's Midoriya Izuku. I'm here for the 9 a.m. healer's exam, he said politely, yet straight to the point. I wasn't sure where to go, so I followed the rod symbol. Recovery Girl looked up and smiled at him. Hello, hello. She waved and hopped down. She barely came up to his waist, including her gray bun stuck through with a syringe. The practical is out in one of the battle centers with 3 participating teachers, and the written is in here with me. Izuku nodded in understanding. Where do we start? Recovery Girl smiled and tilted her head up, bringing out a clipboard. We'll do the written and move to the practical when you're done. Izuku nodded sharply as she handed him the clipboard. On it there was a thick packet and a pen, and he sat down on a bed and set to work. First, he read through the whole thing thoroughly. He wanted to understand the questions, how they set it up, and why the specific answers mattered. There were 150 questions total, which was also good to know. Izuku then started methodically working his way through question by question, backwards. He clicked and unclicked the pen as he thought. He tapped his chin when he had to recall something, and the rest of the time, he was boredly writing things he had always known and always would. Like how many muscles and bones were in the human body. Izuku was so bored for most of it, scribbling in answer after answer without even processing the mindless questions. However, some were more interesting. Several answers, he had to create a step-by-step treatment plan, no quirks, for certain injuries and illnesses. Those he spent maybe a full minute on, each. He double-checked his work once he'd finished, and then handed it to Recover Girl, who actually frowned at him. You're done already? Izuku blinked. Yes, I knew that this exam would be simple. Recovery Girl frowned harder, but she took the packet from him. You finished a 150-question test in an hour and 22 minutes, she told him. Izuku nodded easily. That sounds about right. She looked completely confused for some reason, but Izuku just shrugged it off as he followed her from the room. He had a practical to do. Recovery Girl led him to the same locker room he'd seen the day prior and pulled open the closet that had been locked during the hero exam. It was full of scrubs and medical uniforms, and some already looked ready for field work. Recovery Girl then turned to him expectantly. Your mission is to go out into a field tent and wait. Heroes will bring you victims which you will then treat. You'll need to be in proper field medic gear. Healers have costumes, like mine, but here you're pretending to be a medic. Understood? Understood. Izuku nodded. I'm guessing no quirk usage? Field medics typically don't have license due to their useless or unhelpful quirks in the medical field. Those with healing quirks just become healers instead of medics. Recovery Girl's eyebrows shot up. What exactly is your quirk? In its entirety, please. Izuku sighed. Well, here goes nothing. My quirk is called Band-Aid. Any contact from my skin to someone else's activates it. My energy flows outwards and reaches for everything it can fix. The person I'm touching usually goes still and says it feels soothing to touch me. Their eyes flash green, bright green, just the first moment of contact. Izuku explained as quickly as he could, getting it over with. My quirk can fix any injury, old or new. I can regrow organs and limbs. I can heal scars. I can mend broken bones without needing to set them, and my touch also cleans the wounds in such a way that, once they're healed, there's no chance for infection. In addition, once I've healed them, I know exactly what was wrong. I know precisely what I've fixed and why. My quirk's only limitations are illnesses and genetics. I can't cure cancer or the common cold, and I can't heal someone who was born blind or without a leg. That's all. Seeing the look on Recovery Girl's face made him want to cringe. That's the most amazing quirk I've ever heard of. Recovery Girl's eyes were wide, starstruck, awe apparent in her expression and tone. My drawback is that I'm using my own energy, as I mentioned. If I'm injured, I can't heal as much. If I'm tired, I can't heal as much. Once I'm out of energy completely, I pass out. I have no idea what happens if someone's skin touches mine while I'm passed out, past my limit, and I don't feel like dying to test it. She nodded thoughtfully, and Izuku cleared his throat. So, quirk usage. I'm guessing no. No quirks. Recovery Girl said, reigning in her obvious amazement and awe that Izuku was quite used to and absolutely done with. You'll be posing as a medic, as I said, and you're correct. Most medics don't have quirk licenses. Understood. Any other rules? We will provide enough medical supplies for every injury we send your way. If you run out and a patient dies, that's fewer points. Each patient will have a number on them that indicates how many points they are worth. Izuku frowned. That didn't seem right. Why would some be worth more than others? You'll need to keep calm under pressure. That's all. No quirks. Points for patients that survive. Keep calm. Use medical supplies wisely. Stay put and trust the heroes. He listed. Will points be deducted if I disobey the stay put order? They will if a patient dies. The hero frowned. Izuku tried to clarify for her. Let's say my patients are stable, and I see an injured patient. 150 yards from where I'm camped in my medic tent. Will I lose points for leaving the tent to retrieve them? No, but you won't gain any either. This isn't a hero exam. Recovery Girl frowned. Every patient will be brought directly to you by a hero, and it's better safe than sorry to watch over your patients. Izuku nodded. Fair enough. She then gestured to the closet and walked away with her creepy syringe cane clicking on the hard floors. Izuku sighed and resisted tearing his mask off to breathe. He rummaged through it to find the right pieces of clothing. They'd been bundled together all wrong. The field medic armored shirt wasn't paired with the pants, and neither was the vest. The medic belt was with some sterile hospital scrubs usually used in surgery rooms. Was it some sort of extra test? What kind of an idiot healer candidate didn't know which uniforms were which? Finally dressed in the proper white and red armored uniform, Izuku headed for the bus waiting for him. There was no sign as he arrived at the testing grounds this time, and Izuku had to resist a sigh when he realized he'd been actively looking for one. A hero that looked vaguely like a marshmallow was waiting at the giant doors, and Izuku hurried over, gloves on tightly. Smoke was pouring out of some of the buildings, and one looked on the verge of collapse. The concrete was caved in at odd intervals, and Izuku wished that had been the set for the hero exam. It seemed more interesting. I'm 13. The situation is dire, medic. Follow me. Izuku snapped to attention and followed the hero in, closely behind. What's the situation, 13? He said immediately. It was proper protocol to respond verbally, if possible, so the leader can make sure the follower hadn't wandered off. It was especially used in school training and during apprenticeships. Two heroes are fighting a villain with a fire quirk. He's smashing and burning buildings with civilians inside. We've set up a medic tent, and we're just waiting for you to arrive. Understood. What are my orders? Izuku asked as they approached the tent. It was basically a white box, one metal pole in each corner, with several holding up the tarp-like ceiling. The walls were plastic sheets that crinkled and had slits that opened on every side. He noticed a small, out-of-the-way walled-off area, probably a bathroom. Stay put. We need you out of danger. Your skills in life-saving first aid are invaluable. Two heroes, Eraserhead and Midnight, will bring you civilians. Keep as many alive as you can. They pointed to several boxes in each corner, beds spread around and blankets folded. Unpack quickly. Civilians should be arriving any minute. I'll be on rebel duty, not civilians. I won't see you again. Understood. Leave me to my work. Then, please. Izuku brushed by them and set to work. 13 dutifully got out of the way and then shuffled away through one of the flaps. Izuku opened the boxes carefully, one by one. The first held bandages and tape, as well as supplies for stitches and gauze. The next held alcohol wipes as well as stronger stuff to pour on wounds that could become infected. The next held medications, pills and vials of every sort. The last held syringes and bags for disposal. Izuku just looked, never unpacked them. He had no time and he knew it. A hero came zipping in and Izuku was on his knees examining the girl in seconds. Situation: the robot was covered in soot. Instead of a face, it had a painted 1P on it. Otherwise, it looked mostly human. The wounds had silver inside them, but they did bleed, and the synthetic flesh could probably be stitched if need be. Found her in a burning building. She was crushed by a beam that was on fire. Izuku gave the hero a once-over before nodding. Understood. You can go, erase her head. Izuku said firmly and moved away, finding the creams and bandages he needed to wrap the heavy burns he couldn't yet see. When he rushed back, the hero was gone, and Izuku started methodically examining the clothing. Some hissed with heat, and the robot made a noise close to pain. Giving robots speech capabilities sounded like just the kind of expensive addition UA would put into an exam. I'm sorry, I need to remove any clothing that might be in your burns. Hang tight, everything is going to be okay. Izuku worked quickly, using tiny scissors from his belt pouch to cut the shirt apart to reveal detailed, but ultimately fake, burns all the way down the robot's rubbery abdomen. He set to work. Izuku carefully treated it and cleaned it, doing it as quickly as he could. When he finished with the abdomen, he shook the robot's shoulder gently to wake it. He felt stupid, but resolved himself to treat the robots like real people. Miss, can you tell me if your lungs burn? The robot made a coughing noise, dry and wheezing, and Izuku grimaced. Not much he could do about smoke inhalation. Miss, it's important you stay awake. You've inhaled some smoke. It'll all be fine once you get to a hospital, but you'll have to keep holding on till then. Breathe deeply. Oxygen helps. Drink some water. It also helps. He set a water bottle down next to the robot and tried not to feel silly. Izuku heard a noise and looked up to see Midnight Land cradling a child robot. Situation: Midnight. He called as he stood and rushed over. Little thing was crying, abandoned in an alley. I have no idea if he's hurt. He wasn't near the fight at all. Most likely abandoned, around 14 months old. I'll handle it, Midnight. Go out and help. The heroine jumped away and Izuku missed her wink, back already turned and checking over the robot child. It had a 3P on its face and it was actually squirming some. He once again cut open the clothing carefully, checking the child thoroughly for bruising or anything. He found nothing and frowned. I think you're just hungry or very cold. He reached for a blanket and wrapped up the child. He then laid the robot down and went to check on his first patient. Miss, are you awake? I need to check for signs of any internal bleeding. The robot shifted slightly, one arm catching one of Izuku's gloved hands. How about you hold my arm instead? I need my hand specifically, but you can still hold on to me if you really need to. Izuku gently moved the hand to his elbow and set to work. He rolled the robot's stomach and face towards himself, with consent, and could find no extra bruising on her back. Izuku nodded to himself. Please keep drinking the water if you can. At the hospital I recommend x-rays, but I don't think you've cracked any ribs. Another whoosh and Eraserhead was back. Situation: Midnight landed right behind him. Two teenage boys, Eraser said as he handed Izuku his robot, Sons of a Hero, number 19, I think. Izuku set the bot down to see a 5P on his forehead. I got his younger brother. Both were unconscious under some rubble. Izuku took the other and laid him down next to his brother bot. Understood. Make sure you bring every last civilian. Izuku then ignored the heroes, checking a boy for head wounds. He found head trauma on one, and it was bleeding. He'd have found it faster if it were a human. The blood would have been obvious and everywhere. Head wounds bleed. Izuku started putting pressure on it when he heard a voice. My throat hurts. It was the wobbly robotic voice of his first patient. I know, miss, I'm sorry. You inhaled some smoke. Drink your water and it will be okay. If there's any lingering damage to your lungs, I'm sure the hospital will fix it. Izuku said as soothingly as possible, one hand on the teen's head and one reaching for the nearby bandages. Water, okay. The robot said, wobbly. Remember to stay awake. Smoke can be very bad for you, and I want to be aware of any side effects," Izuku stated. He then finished wrapping the 5P's head and felt for a pulse. Strong, but a little slow. He could work with that. The brother bot had a broken leg, and Izuku was halfway through a makeshift cast when the baby started crying. The splint was mostly on, and the bone was set. Izuku stood carefully and scooped up the baby robot. It stopped crying instantly, meaning the baby just needed to be held. Izuku took off his jacket and tied it around his waist. He then pressed the child to his chest and put the jacket back on. He zipped it up this time, keeping the baby in place. He returned to making the cast. When Izuku finished, he found nothing else wrong with the boys, both having strong pulses. "We have a stomach wound." Izuku headed over immediately as Eraserhead landed, a woman in his arms. There was blood all over Eraser and the robot. "Lay her here," Izuku ordered. Eraser's eyes caught on the baby zipped into his jacket, but he didn't comment as he gently set the bot down on her back. "Any other injuries?" "Too much blood." Apparently, she was halfway impaled and pulled the metal shaft out. Izuku grimaced but nodded. "Understood. I have this under control." Izuku's medic gloves were stained with red now as he started cleaning the wound and wiping away the excess blood. He found the blood to be coming from her side, missing her organs, but it definitely impaled her all the way through. He checked her pulse, slow, and he couldn't check her robot lungs for breaths. Useless, so he just worked as if she was unconscious. He grabbed gauze and everything he needed to start stitching her up. He then applied pressure for a while before he began the stitching progress. The robot didn't move as he worked, and the baby only wiggled a few times, so he figured it was fine. He then wrapped her torso in bandages to keep the wound clean. Her pulse wasn't much better, and Izuku realized he had no idea where the blood transfusions were, and so he searched frantically for blood bags. They were underneath rows of syringes, and he pulled out type O for the robot. It was safe, even though he didn't know her blood type. Izuku grabbed an 4-needle and tube, inserting it carefully under the rubbery skin into the strange synthetic veins. He then left it and checked in with his other patients. The boys were okay, starting to wake up but not conscious yet, and the first woman was fully conscious and sipping her water. The robot dumped it on her face. She was slightly in shock, it seemed, but not badly enough he needed to intervene. He did check on her often and gave her a blanket. After 10 minutes of no patients, the stomach wound woman was doing better, her pulse back up to a more normal zone. Izuku grinned when he checked it. That's when Eraserhead and Midnight started bringing in people more quickly. 2 people every 5 minutes had Izuku running around, baby on his chest as he worked, treating all types of injuries. Concussions, scrapes, bruises, 1 internal bleeding case. 1 teen had been playing around with what he thought was one of his parents' unloaded guns and shot himself in the foot when the fire alarm went off. 1 person was just super drunk and needed water and to sit down. Izuku was sweating in all his clothing, so made sure to drink his own water as well as giving it to patients. When checking them, he kneeled to keep himself off his feet when possible, and even managed to eat a little as he went. He took very few bathroom breaks, making sure his patients weren't in immediate danger when he absolutely had to. One of the boxes had granola bars, he found, and he did hand those to bots that needed it, but Izuku ate at least a dozen of them. Izuku had no idea how long it was before 13, Eraserhead, and Midnight all returned empty-handed, but he was exhausted. "Any more patients?" Izuku asked, not looking up as he once again put a cold cloth on a bot's head. "None. You can stop now, the test is over." Izuku straightened and rolled his shoulders. "Are we finishing medic protocol and moving them to a hospital and then logging their injuries, symptoms, and our observations? Or are we actually done?" Izuku was tired, but he was willing to put in the effort to finish if it was needed. "Kid, aren't you tired?" Izuku looked to Eraserhead and nodded slowly. "Of course I am. I know my limits, and my limit is probably another hour. Maybe 2 if I'm being optimistic." He answered easily. "However, don't worry, I'm much more exhausted after using my quirk. It sucks way more than being physically exhausted." This was easy in comparison, Izuku admitted. "What does your quirk feel like?" Midnight asked curiously. "It feels like a wave of exhaustion, as if heavy adrenaline fell away too suddenly and you nearly collapse." Izuku said bluntly. When I'm not the one initiating the healing, it feels worse. Usually I feel heavier, sluggish, but the longer I hold contact for more complicated injuries, the more energy is taken. Right before I pass out, I lose feeling in my legs, slowly developing until I can't move at all, and then my vision fades until I'm completely blind. He smiled at them tiredly. Anyway, how long has it been? I stopped counting the hours after 4. You were counting? 13 asked, surprised. Izuku frowned. Of course I was. I'm ashamed I lost count, actually. But the gunshot wound one distracted me enough because that kid wouldn't tell me what really happened. Izuku grinned softly. Such an irrational thing to do. He then took off his jacket and set the robot baby down. It didn't start crying, so he left it and the jacket there. This way, Eraser led him out of the tent, and Izuku blinked when he stepped out of the warm tent and into the cold air. It's dark. He pushed back his grimy bush of curls to see the sky, cold air feeling nice on his forehead as he looked up at the stars. Hold on, this exam lasts all day? Izuku frowned. I don't mind. I had food and water and everything. But nothing was mentioned in the printout beside that it was a first aid practical medic type scene. It wasn't supposed to be all day. Midnight admitted with a shrug. What do you mean? What she means is we stop the exam when a patient dies. Izuku stopped walking immediately, eyes wide as he stared at Eraserhead. One of them died? I checked their pulses every 20 minutes. What did I miss? The hero stopped too, Eraserhead shaking his head with a huff. Kid, you missed nothing. All your bots survived. We ran out of patient bots to bring you. Izuku blinked. Seriously? He questioned. 13 nodded, and they started walking again. Seriously, that was a 12-hour shift you worked, which is a full day and incredibly accurate for the villain attack in the scale we posed you in. They said as Izuku passed through the giant doors. It's 10:15 p.m., and you finished your written exam at about 10:25 a.m. Students have never performed as well as real medics do. It's unheard of. Midnight said, shaking her head. Why don't you have a medic license already? You don't even need your quirk to save lives, and the age of acceptance is 10 years or older for apprenticeships. I'm going to be a hero, Izuku said in response. The heroes all stopped as Izuku took one step onto the bus and turned to face them. He gave them each a nod. I hope to return to UA as a student. With that, he entered the bus and took a seat. He couldn't wait to get to the locker rooms and change. Wait, would they let him shower? He was covered in robot blood. Chapter 4. A week after his exams, Izuku was laying on his back on the couch, throwing a ball up and then catching it. Up, catch, up, catch, up. The ball was coming down when the door crashed open, and Izuku smacked it away by reflex instead of catching it. Izuku, his mother called, jogging over and holding up a thick envelope. It's your results. Her smile was so wide and proud it made Izuku a bit nauseated. He took the envelope and leaned away from her grinning gaze. Thanks, Mom. He stood shakily and nodded to her. I'll go open it in my room and share the news after. He then rushed away before she could protest and shut his bedroom door firmly. He sighed quietly in relief as soon as he was alone. Izuku set the envelope on his desk and scooted his chair in. He took a deep breath, just staring at it before he worked up the courage to open it. He broke the seal to pull it open and saw a disc of sorts upon a packet of several papers. The disc slid, heavy metal falling out to rattled on his desk before lighting up, and it shot a bright projection onto his wall. Izuku startled, scooting his chair backwards so he didn't have to crane his neck oddly, and it lit up to show Recovery Girl in her nurse's office. Midoriya, Izuku. Never have I ever seen a student as thorough and well-studied as you. If I didn't know you turned 14 last July, I would have thought you were a seasoned medic older than 20. Izuku smiled grimly. Yeah, he knew his stuff all right. You scored every answer correctly and thoroughly on the written exam, a perfect score in record-breaking times. Your practical was also flawless. Every time a patient was in distress, you found a way to comfort them with words or treatment or simply nourishment. Izuku sighed and resisted slamming his head into his desk. Great. More people to worship the ground his healing quirked ass walked on. Like he needed that from someone as prominent as her, especially if she kept talking about it, spreading it around like he was some prodigy. He really wasn't. He was just raised that way without much choice. I'd like to enthusiastically welcome you into the healer course at UA. However, I've been informed you also took the hero course entrance exam. She squinted at the camera, a smile stuck in place. I'd be happy to split your time between the clinic and the heroics classroom, if need be. You're a fantastic medic, and you'll be an even better healer. If nothing else, you should consider a medic's license. I could always give you one as soon as school started, if you asked. She smiled at the camera, lips way too wide up her face. I'll be glad to see you at UA, and remember, you'd make a fantastic healer. The video shut off and Izuku tried to breathe. He'd already known that was what she would say, and yet it still hurt. What she pictured for him would never happen. That wasn't what he wanted. He wouldn't let it happen. Izuku looked back at the envelope, riffling through the thick papers, and he noticed a second disc sitting inside. Eyes wide, Izuku swapped it with the one he'd already watched and pressed the small button on the bottom. Immediately, the whole screen was consumed by All Might's face. I am here. As a projection, All Might's voice boomed as the camera zoomed out, exposing an awful yellow and brown striped suit. I came all the way to this town just to work at UA. All Might struck a pose and Izuku could only stare blankly. Him? A teacher? The notion was ridiculous. Izuku refocused as All Might put his hands on his hips, plastered grin never falling. You passed the hero course written exam with 97% correct. Excellent job, Midoriya. He gave a big thumbs up. In the practical hero exam, you earned 24 points. That's a fine amount of points, however. Izuku winced and wished it had a lower volume setting. The entrance exam was not graded only by villain points. All Might grinned and made an X with his arms. Rescue points. They're given by a panel of judges as the other basic ability we at UA looks at. They awarded you 20 rescue points. 1. Bakugu. 77V. 0 R equals 77P. 2. Kirishima. 39V. 35 R equals 74P. 3. Shiozaki. 36V. 32 R equals 68P. 4. Kindu. 25V. 40 R equals 65P. 5. Ida. 52V. 9 R equals 61P. 6. Tetsu. 49V. 10 R equals 59P. 7. Tokoyami. 47V. 10 R equals 57P. 8. Aways. 50V. 6 R equals 56P. 9. Midoriya. 24V. 20 R equals 44P. 10. Kaminari. 29V. 11 R equals 40P. Midoriya Izuku. 44 points. 9th place. Izuku abruptly froze, eyes blown wide and every trace of his previous negativity wiped away like a pre-quirk etch-a-sketch. You passed and earned a spot in UA's hero course. Welcome. This is your hero academy. Izuku stared at the screen, eyes burning with tears. He'd saved that girl, out of nothing but heroic instinct, and he had done it right. He was going to be a hero. He got up quickly and opened his door, smiling brightly for what felt like the first time in years. Mom. She spun around, apparently having been pacing outside his room the whole time. I got into both courses. She beamed at him proudly. Oh, I knew you would. Inko clasped her hands together happily. I never doubted that you'd get in. You'll be going into the healer's course, of course. I'm actually going to the heroics department, Izuku said, swallowing nervously. I scored 9th, Mom. I did a good job. Don't you see now that I'll be a good hero? Just because you scored well doesn't mean you're any good at being a hero. She snapped, and Izuku tried not to wince. You'd practically be throwing your life away with a decision like that. Can't I at least try? Izuku couldn't help the pleading in his voice. This is what I want. Why can't you understand that? Baby, I'm just trying to do what's best for you. She made a sour face, but I'll allow it for now. If it doesn't work out, you'll be switching to the healer's course immediately. Izuku felt his heart clench. I'll be fine, this is what I want. Izuku insisted again. It'll work out, I promise. Inko narrowed her eyes. I'll let you dream a little longer, as long as you remember healing is what you were born to do. You're wasting all I've given you with your worthless fantasies. Izuku flinched. I trust that you'll come around. Mom is always right, remember? Sure, Mom. Good night. Izuku went to open his door, but his mom reached forward. Night, Izuku. Inko stepped forward to kiss his curls, and Izuku resisted, flinching away from the soft hand she put on his cheek. When she finally turned to leave, Izuku exhaled roughly. He then slipped inside his room and clicked the door shut before he collapsed into bed. He was going to be a hero course student, one of the 40 kids between two classes for his year. He'd done it. Izuku had done it, and he was going to stick with it, even though his mother didn't exactly approve. It would work out. Izuku believed it'd be fine. It had to be. When Izuku and Kaken both ended up at Aldera Junior High's principal's office at the end of the year, the man excitedly worshipped the ground they walked on. As usual. I can't believe we have 2 students from our school matriculating into UA. The balding man said, beaming at them. Kaken was slouching, bored, and Izuku was just staring, utterly unimpressed. Both of you were guaranteed spots, of course. Midoriya will make a wonderful healer, and you, Bakugo, will be a splendid hero. Actually, sir, I took both the healer and the hero course exams, and I received acceptance into both. Izuku informed him blandly. I've chosen to attend the hero course. The man recoiled, looking absolutely shocked, and Kaken made a tsh noise. But you have a healing quirk, the principal said, as if Izuku was stupid or didn't already know. I'm aware. Izuku sighed again. Can we go now, sir? The principal nodded, still in shock. Izuku tried to leave, but was then dragged out by Kaken, who snagged his elbow. How did you do it, huh? Kaken seethed quietly as they exited the school. No way you got in. I saved someone, Izuku said quietly. Bullshit. Kaken growled, and Izuku gasped as he was shoved roughly against the brick wall behind him. You cheated somehow. Look, I didn't cheat. Izuku snapped, glaring back at him. I brought a knife, which helped, but honestly, I just took the exam. Kaken looked vaguely like he'd rather explode than listen to reason, so Izuku shouldered past him harshly. Leave me alone. Izuku didn't see him again for a while. Izuku, do you have everything? Inko asked as Izuku zipped his backpack. Yes, Mom, Izuku said as he pulled on his black backpack, including my extra mask and undershirt. Oh, you don't need those, she huffed. People need healing. Izuku, how can you heal them if you're in all that clothing? Izuku's hands tightened on his backpack straps, and he took a deep breath. Whatever, Izuku muttered, pulling open the door. I'll be late at this rate. He only got a single step out the door. Izuku. What now? Izuku turned back to see her staring at him, eyes hard and smile gone. Keep in mind that you know how to be a healer already. It's what you're good at, she said. If heroics is too hard, I won't say I told you so. I know, Mom. Make sure you come home in one piece, baby. Those classmates of yours might not like having a healer in class. Izuku then turned around, forcing himself not to flinch as he shut the door. He rode the train with one earbud in, but no music playing. Izuku noticed people smiling at his uniform like they wanted to talk to him about being a UA student or something, and he did not want that. So Izuku paid them no mind, more focused on keeping his breathing steady and his heart rate even. Once he arrived at the school, Izuku hurried through the massive halls of UA and searched the building for his classroom, Class 1A. He'd looked at the digital map they gave him before he left home, but it looked so much different in person. He finally spotted a huge door with a sign labeled 1A above it, and he sighed in relief. Don't put your feet on the desk. Izuku slid the door open and heard immediately. Ah, that's 7,111 yelling at. Kaken. Izuku sighed. Kaken was sitting as he usually did, feet up and lounging in his chair as if he were at a spa. 7111 didn't seem to like that. Huh. Kaken grinned with one raised eyebrow. Challenging and arrogant. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made that desk? 7111 was standing upright, straight as possible, one robot-like arm chopping away. Odd. Nope. Kaken leaned forward, his grin growing. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Izuku came further into the room and slid the door shut behind him, neither boy noticing him. I attended semi-private academy. I am Ida Tenya. The boy put a hand on his chest, the other one still out, but not karate chopping the air anymore. Semi? You're a damn elite, huh? Kakin strained his neck as he sat up even further. It was impressive, really. He was near folded in half since his legs were still up on the desk. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing? 7111 recoiled, aghast. Maybe terribly horrified? He was a very expressive person, evidently. That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? TCH. Kakin looked away, and that was when the two spotted Izuku by the door. In fact, that was when the whole room noticed Izuku. The boy, Ida/7111, closed the gap between them, walking stiffly like a robot, which, honestly, seemed like a personality trait at that point. I am from semi-private academy, and my name is Ida Tenya, he said loudly. I heard. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Izuku paused, eyeing the boy in curiosity and confusion. I had no idea. I misjudged you. He raised his choppy hands and looked away in seeming shame. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. I really didn't do anything, Izuku said blandly. But if you're apologizing for touching me, I forgive you. The door slid open behind him, and he noticed the girl he saved stepping inside. Oh, that mask, she exclaimed, beaming brightly. You're the boy who healed me. You got in. So did you, Izuku acknowledged. Congratulations. I saw you got ninth. That's so cool. She beamed, and then rubbed the back of her head a little nervously. I only barely got in. I didn't have a ton of rescue points, so I got placed 21st. Well, you got in. Izuku shrugged. So it worked out, evidently. We should sit down. She nodded happily, and Izuku headed to his seat. Kakin glared at him as Izuku sat down, but he said nothing, so Izuku called it a win. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation? The girl said, turning to 7111. I wonder what our teacher's like. Aren't you nervous? Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A tired voice came from the open doorway. 7111 and the girl were still at the door, and they both recoiled with a gasp. This is the hero course. The voice continued. A strange crinkling sound could be heard, though Izuku could not see what caused it, followed by a zipper noise. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. The door shut behind the man as he entered, and Izuku could see the voice belonged to a very tired-looking person in a loose jumpsuit. He had long black hair that fell in front of tired dark eyes, and he wore all black with an odd-looking gray scarf. Izuku blinked. It was Eraserhead from his exam. He seemed different when he wasn't being so intense and rescuing fake civilians. Plus, his yellow eye goggles were missing, and his scarf wasn't covered in robot blood. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. Eraserhead pulled a handful of gym uniforms out of a yellow sleeping bag. Izuku blinked, and then sighed before he planting his head on his desk. Changing Rooms, EW. Chapter 5. On the field, a dark long-sleeved turtleneck under his gym uniform and a pair of gloves, Izuku was ready. He also kept his mask on, but that was obvious since he never took it off in public, even for food. He only ever ate lunch at school if he was alone, like hiding in a bathroom stall or something. Would that work at Udata? A quirk assessment test? The class exclaimed loudly, some groaning. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? The girl he'd saved asked, eyes wide. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events, Eraserhead said in his usual soft monotone. Izuku wondered if the panic and urgency he'd pretended to have for Izuku's exam was specifically saved for heroics. Why waste emotion on your class when you can be half asleep, right? UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa stared the class down. The teacher's dark eyes then swept the chalk-painted field in front of them. You kids have been doing these since junior high too, right? The teacher held up his phone. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results of students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He stuck his hands in his pockets lazily. Bakugu, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Kaken said evenly. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Kaken walked up to the circle without complaint, taking the ball. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Eraserhead added boredly. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Kaken stretched, pulling at his shoulders and loosening them up. Izuka knew what was coming and sighed. Kaken loved showing off, especially in dramatic ways such as exploding softballs. Then, Kaken gripped the ball tightly, winding up his throwing arm, and his grin finally appeared in all its arrogant glory. Dot! Kaken screamed as he released the ball. The ball hurtled away, Kaken's explosions having propelled it up and away into the sky. A trail of red-hot sparks followed it, along with rings of smoke. Very dramatic, very Kaken. Know your own maximum first. Eraserhead said quietly. His phone beeped, and he held it up. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The screen read 705.2 meters, and people around Izuku gasped. 750 meters? Seriously? Izuku turned to look at the idiot who apparently couldn't read, and it was a blonde with some black mixed in. Izuku saw the ponytail girl behind the blonde had noticed his inability to read as well, and looked slightly annoyed by it, too. What's this? It looks fun. A solid pink girl bounced up and down in excitement. Literally, she was pink from her hair to her toes with the exception of yellow horns and golden irises in black scara. We can use our quirks as much as we want, as expected of the hero course. A guy with a mullet and oddly shaped elbows put in. It looks fun, huh? Eraserhead's voice was different, and Izuku tilted his head as he listened. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Suddenly he was smirking, not a smile, not really, more menacing amusement than anything else. All right, whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. The teacher never raised his voice, just stayed ominous and amused. Izuka thought it made perfect sense, honestly. The class, however, did not seem to agree. Huh. The majority collectively yelled, eyes huge and leaning forward in disbelief. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. The teacher lifted the dark hair off his face to reveal a wide and toothy grin, eyes wide and slightly crazed. Welcome to UA's hero course. Last place will be expelled, but it's the first day of school. The girl Izuku saved, he really needed to learn her name, yelled, hands clenched anxiously in front of her. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Izuku scowled into his mask. Fairness wasn't something that worked like that. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. The teacher met each of their eyes in turn, his calm voice washing over them sternly. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk to your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Eraserhead grinned again, still toothy but less crazed, and he curled a finger, beckoning them forward. Daring them. Overcome it with all you've got. Izuku looked around to see people finally getting serious. If it was one thing Eraserhead could do, it was speeches. It must be why he was such a good teacher. In their first lesson, he'd already told them to know their limits and inspired them to try their best. Amazing. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Izuku didn't like the creepy robot boxes that told someone when they could start running, but the robot spoke anyway in a creepy, high-pitched voice that grated his ears. On your mark, get set, go. It sounded so cheerful, and Izuku glared at it instead of watching 7111 and a girl with some kind of frog mutation. Well, he's like a fish in water. Izuku heard Aizawa mumble. Probably 7111. He went zoom. He seemed to have some kind of speed quirk related to the engines in his calves. It'll be worth seeing what others do. The girl he saved tapped her clothing before running, and a guy with a tail hopped in a really cool way. Was his tail super strong then? The pink girl just ran, and the blonde wearing an odd belt tried to shoot himself backwards and succeeded, sort of. He shot a laser out of his stomach, though, so that's cool. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache, the blonde said proudly. Izuku and the people around him all seemed to agree that this boy was sort of odd. Looking at the upper limit of your quirk and the room for growth in each result, it becomes what you can and can't accomplish. Eraserhead said blandly. Izuku ended up at the line with Kakin, and they ignored at each other. Kakin was grinding his teeth, though. Izuku could hear it. On your mark. Izuku really didn't like that robot's voice. Get set. Go. Explosive speed. Kakin yelled, throwing his arms behind him to propel him forward. Izuku ran after him, obviously not as fast. Explosion really was an amazing quirk, if its holder was sort of a jerk. 4.13 seconds. The robot yelled first. 5.92 seconds. It called as Izuku crossed. Izuku jogged a little further as he came to a stop, and then paused to look at Kakin. He was staring at his own smoking palms. When I use both hands, the force disperses, he muttered thoughtfully. Izuku just turned away. The second test was for grip strength. Izuku paid less attention to his own score, and more to the duo of boys that were crowded around a boy with 4.6, a boy with too many massive arms. Wow, 540 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus. Odd Elbows boy exclaimed. Octopuses are sexy. The tiny one with purple balls on his head agreed, seemingly wistful. Standing long jump was the third test, and Kakin did well in that one too. So did the frog girl, Ice Boy, apparently Odd Elbows was actually Tape Elbows, and so on. Izuku was middle of the pack on that one, he noticed. Repeated side steps were interesting, especially when the midget just plopped some of the purple balls onto the ground and let himself be thrown between them repeatedly and quickly. Izuku was pretty proud that his score was better than Kakin's. Izuku was just barely below Ice Boy for that one, who seemed to be gliding through the test even more easily than Kakin. However, that girl with the magic pink sparkles created trampolines and would have won that exercise if not for the purple midget. She seemed to be doing something like that for every test, he realized. She didn't stand out, but she was clearly in the lead. Then came the ball throw, and Izuku actually enjoyed watching the creativity flow. Apparently, the girl who he saved had a gravity negation quirk of some kind, and she sent the softball into space. That's amazing. She got infinity. A redhead yelled. The blonde who couldn't read was standing beside him, and he looked mildly terrified. As he should be. Women are scary and powerful. Izuku walked up to the circle and turned to the teacher. Eraser, anything goes as long as I'm in the circle, right? Aizawa looked suspicious, but he nodded. That's correct, he confirmed. Izuku sighed in relief. Great. He tossed the ball in his hand lightly upwards, catching it and judging its weight. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his knife, snapping the mechanism open with practiced ease. Gasps rang from behind him, and Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Reeling his arm back, Izuku threw the ball as hard as he could, and the knife followed as quickly as Izuku could manage. The knife flew end over end before slamming point first into the ball, propelling it even farther forwards. He glanced at Eraserhead as he waited, satisfied. His special knife was finally being used for its intended purpose. His mom didn't know about the knife, of course. Izuku had picked it out specifically when she gave him money for medical textbooks. It was a throwing knife, which he used for more than throwing, evidenced by his hero exam. But it was special because it was quirk-infused. The designer's father had an accuracy quirk that could be used to make objects fly in a fixed direction without stopping until they hit something. It was like being in space, sort of. The object just stayed in motion until something stopped it. The man made support weapons for heroes mainly, but his daughter preferred making simpler weapons for civilians. She sold it to him when he was about 10 years old, for the same price as 7 of Izuku's college-level medical textbooks. Aizawa's phone beeped, and he held up his screen. 980.6 meters. Izuku hummed happily. Must be how far the fence is. He muttered. Oi, Midoriya. Kakin yelled, popping off explosions. That's cheating. What's with the knife? I asked permission. Izuku shrugged. Then he headed away from the circle with a nod to Eraser. I'll need a second to retrieve that knife after class, sensei. Eraser just beckoned to the next student. Sit-ups were next, and Izuku beat Ice Boy for that. Izuku was almost smiled when he realized. Seated toe touches after that he didn't really enjoy, but he didn't do too badly. Middle of the pack. The pink girl was amazing though. By the long-distance run, people were getting tired. 7111 did really well, with Ice Boy following close behind. Ponytail made some kind of bike? Scooter? It went really fast and had wheels. She went by so fast he didn't get a good look at it. Izuku was 3 places behind Kakin, which he was satisfied with. Soon enough the tests were over, and they stood facing the outside of the gym they'd been using occasionally, their teacher in front of them. Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once. Aizawa clicked his phone, and a blue holographic scoreboard popped out of it. 1. Yayarosa Momo. 2. Todoroki Shudo. 3. Bakugu Katsuki. 4. Ida Tenya. 5. Tokoimi Fumikichi. Izuku continued scanning for his name. 9. Ashido Mina. 10. Urarako Ochako. 11. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stared at the board, not bothering to read the rest. 11th was perfectly acceptable. He glanced over at Kakin, who was glaring at the ground. Was he upset? Oh no, that's not fair. The tiny purple student cried. He must have gotten last. Aizawa cleared his throat as he clicked the hologram away. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. He tucked his phone away, voice casual. Eraserhead then grinned once again. It was a rational deception to bring out the upper limits of your quirks. He announced it proudly, still grinning. What? Some students cried out. I'm not expelled. Oh yes. The small purple one cried, sitting down on his knees. My chances of becoming a hero and touching boobs is safe. Izuku looked over and considered kicking the boy for the comment. Of course it was a lie. Izuku looked at the girl who spoke. She was the ponytail one who created things out of her body. She was the girl in first, then. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Tape Arms said to the redhead. I'll take up the challenge anytime. The redhead boasted, fist clenched with a grin. Izuku thought that he might be like a slightly quieter version of Kakin. Fewer explosions, but just as hyped for a fight. With that, we're done here. Eraserhead cut in boredly. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look them over. He then just walked off. Izuku watched him go before deciding Eraserhead was a good teacher. Midoriya. Izuku turned as he heard his name and noticed it was 7111. He looked halfway like he wanted to pat Izuku's shoulder, but evidently thought better of it. Did you get a chance to retrieve your knife? Yeah, I got it. Izuku pulled it out of his pocket, easily flipping it open to show the boy. 7111 nodded stoically, and then he walked side by side with Izuku for a bit. I was really taken in by Aizawa-sensei. 7111 said thoughtfully, interrupting the silence. I even thought this is the best of the best and such. I just didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. His arms were crossed, but he didn't look angry. He was weeding out the weak. Izuku told him blankly, making the boy look at him in surprise. Aizawa-sensei was testing us. He wanted to see how far we could go if we were properly motivated. Ah, I see. 7111 muttered. Such roundabout teaching methods, yet obviously effective. Oi, you two. The boys paused at the shout, and they turned around to see the gravity girl running after them with her arms at a weird angle. You heading for the station? Wait for me. You're the Infinity Girl, 7111 said, acknowledging her. I'm Urarako Ochako. She beamed. You're Ida Tenya. The girl nodded to him, and then glanced at Izuku curiously. You're Midoriya, right? Midoriya Izuku. He confirmed with a nod. Thank for healing me, by the way. Uraraka smiled brightly. At the entrance exams. Sure, you're welcome. Izuku said awkwardly, blinking. You mean he administered first aid? 7111 questioned. No, he has such a cool quirk. Uraraka beamed, bouncing a little as they walked. You called it Band-Aid, right? It's a healing quirk. Shouldn't you be in the healer's course then? 7111 asked, looking at Izuku oddly. No, Izuku said coldly. He stopped walking, which made them both pause as well. I want to be a hero. My quirk has nothing to do with my ability to save people. In fact, I plan on using it while I'm saving people to be the best hero I possibly can be. Uraraka was staring at him, mouth open and eyes wide, and 7111 was watching him with a very intense and contemplative expression on his face. I see, 7111 muttered. Very well. I apologize for insinuating you had to be a healer just because of your quirk. Izuku nodded and began to walk again. I think you'll be a great hero, Midoriya. Uraraka pumped a fist. You saved me after all, right? That sort of means you're already a hero. She smiled brightly at him, and he looked away to watch his feet as they walked. Right, Izuku whispered. I did. Chapter 6. The next morning at UA, Class 1A had regular classes like English before lunch, and then afterwards was their first hero basic training class. Izuku was sure the others were as excited as he was for it, and wondered throughout the whole morning what they'd be starting off with. Hopefully not something too difficult or dangerous. I am coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, #1 hero of Japan, shoved open the door and entered looking more like a lost superhero than a normal person. The class whispered and gasped excitedly. It's All Might. The blonde who couldn't read exclaimed quietly. Wow, he really is a teacher here. The redhead yelled. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Frog Mutant Girl checked, one long finger on her chin. As she spoke, All Might made his way to the podium a little bit too extravagantly. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. The one with the tail said in awe. I teach hero basic training. All Might struck a strong pose with both hands on his hips. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of becoming a hero. Izuku thought that should have been obvious. It was literally in the name. You'll take the most units of this subject. All Might then turned around to flex his back muscles, also standing on one foot. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. He spun, striking another pose, and held up a card that read battle in very fancy lettering. Combat training. Combat. Kaken was grinning, a little bit crazed with excitement. Training. Izuku finished softly. And to go with that are these. All Might gestured to the wall, which whirred and started ejecting little cubbies with numbers on them. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. The class pretty much exploded in cheers. Yes, sir. Afterwards, they immediately launched to their feet, and Izuku sighed as they all rushed forward excitedly. He was kind of glad. If luck was with him, they'd go so quickly he'd have the locker room all to himself. Izuku ended up in the locker room a little behind everyone else, but unfortunately wasn't alone. Kaken eyed him as Izuku walked into the locker room, but said nothing as he finished pulling on his black and orange costume boots. Izuku set down his case and clicked it open. The form, the clothing allowance, was submitted before the student's enrollment in UA High. It was a quirk registration confirmation, along with physical measurements and desired designs for a hero costume. A support company working with the school would create the costumes and bring the designs to life. Unfortunately, the support companies tended to tweak things if they don't agree with how the costumes are designed. For example, what they'd done to the back of his costume shirt. Izuku's hero costume, overall, was designed to be practical. Being raised a healer, he'd studied lots of ways people managed to injure themselves. That included hero costumes. So he chose loose and dark green pants that matched the darker parts of his hair and made sure to request a tough fabric with armor padding on his knees. He had a red, long-sleeved turtleneck that hugged his skin made of the same tough material with armor over his upper torso to protect his heart and lungs. He wore green gloves that had an opening to expose his inner wrists, but were securely fastened to his upper wrist so they wouldn't slide off. He designed them because, in a scenario where he needed to heal someone in a hurry, he might not have time to take off his gloves. Thus the wrist exposure. As well as that, when fighting, the inner wrist wasn't a spot many people would go for or think to touch randomly. It was relatively safe. As for gear, he had a black utility belt that had flares as well as explosives. Kaken had insisted on those when they were children, and Izuku hadn't ever objected or thought to remove them. Izuku also had medical supplies in case he was too exhausted to use his quirk safely. Besides, there's no such thing as excess medical supplies. For weapons, he had a heavy serrated knife, obviously, and a dozen throwing knives. He liked knives. Izuku had asked for a mask in two separate pieces. The bottom piece was metal and clicked on to cover his mouth. It functioned as a gas mask as well as to cover skin. The second part was an eye mask. It was reinforced glass to protect from shards getting in his eyes if they cracked, and they looked similar to the glasses Hawks wore, but tinted green. The whole costume was perfect, except for the design on the back of his shirt. They added that goddamn staff of Asclepius along his spine. It marred the back of his costume completely, a blatant label that screamed this guy is a healer in every way. Izuku wasn't a healer. He refused to be a healer, and they couldn't force him by marking him as one. Fancy healing quirk be damned. Instead, he simply stripped off the red shirt and put on his blue gym top over his black undershirt like he had for the quirk assessment. Annoyed, he tugged on the shoes which he'd asked to have shock absorption added. They were black with dark green laces and had steel toes for wicked kicks. Finished and sighing, he exited the locker room and tried to breathe. He was probably the only one who didn't have a complete costume, and that stung worse than Izuku thought it would. Izuku walked briskly towards the brightly lit entrance to Ground Beta where the rest of the class was, and ignored the glances he received from classmates as they spotted him in his dark blue gym top. Now, it's time for combat training, All Might said loudly. A person in a suit of armor suddenly had an arm raised, but his hand only came up to eye level, bent at the elbow. Very robot-like to match the armor. 7111. Sir, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so we will be conducting urban battles again. 7111 exclaimed, equally loud. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might held up 2 fingers, or the peace sign, as he spoke. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2 battles indoors. Without basic training, Frog Mutation Girl had a super cool suit. Practical too. Maybe in need of some padding though. This is a real battle, to understand those basics. However, the key this time is there's no robot you can just beat up. All Might explained confidently. How will wins and losses be determined? The ponytail girl from the quirk test asked. Her costume was the perfect example of support companies doing the complete wrong thing. She looked more like a stripper than a hero. Lovely. Can we beat them up anyway? Kaken grumbled, probably about the robots. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka fidgeted in her bodysuit. Izuku did a double take after seeing her. Was she wearing heels? How shall we be split up? 7111 asked loudly, hand still raised not quite all the way. Isn't this cape crazy? Izuku turned to see the blue laser stomach quirk blonde hiding in his cape, looking like Dracula at a glitter festival. I'll answer all your questions. All Might yelled, cutting through the chatter. Although, he looked to be sweating under the pressure a little. He pulled out a tiny book and started reading. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might tucked the little book away to hold up a yellow box with black lettering that simply said lots. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being determined so haphazardly? 7111 exclaimed. He looked rather affronted, which made Izuku sigh. Don't heroes have to work with whoever is on the scene at the time, regardless of agencies? Izuku pointed out. The armored boy glanced back at him slightly. I see. The discernment to look ahead. 7111 nodded and bowed deeply to All Might. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. All Might turned around to make a superhero pose as he yelled. Izuku walked forward with everyone else to line up and draw lots. Team A, Uraraka and Midoriya. Team B, Todoroki and Shuji. Team C, Yaoyorozu and Mineta. Team D, Bakugo and Ida. Team E, Ashido and Aoyama. Team F, Kuda and Satu. Team G, Kaminari and Jairu. Team H, Tokoyami and Azui. Team I, Ajiru and Hagakure. Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Oh, it must be fate. Uraraka beamed at Izuku. I'm counting on you. Yeah. Izuku acknowledged with a nod. You too. So why are you in your gym shirt? Don't you have a costume? She asked, tilting her head. They messed it up. Izuku told her. Does it not fit? It does. Then what's wrong with it? I just refuse to wear it. They messed up, and I'm not wearing it until it's fixed. I'll be talking to Aizawa-sensei about it as soon as I can. She seemed chastised by Izuku's anger, but she just nodded with a nervous smile. Oh, sorry, it's just they put a healer symbol on it. Izuku frowned under his mask. That's not right. You're not a healer, Uraraka exclaimed, clenching her fists. Izuku was surprised by her passion, but he appreciated it. Aizawa-sensei will definitely fix it. I hope so, Izuku replied with a sigh. The duo then turned to where All Might was standing. The first teams to fight will be. All Might had one hand in a villain's box, black, and one hand in the hero's box, white. He scooped up one ball in each hand to reveal a black ball labeled D and a white one labeled These guys. That was Izuku against Kakin. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. Yes, sir, the class piped. As the rest of them moved away, Izuku caught Kakin's eye, and the boy glared heavily. Izuku didn't glare back, but he did sigh. Izuku and Uraraka were given a map as they approached a building, and Izuku looked down at his copy carefully. Villain team, go in first and set up. All Might prompted. In 5 minutes the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir, 7111 exclaimed. Izuku watched as Kakin and 7111 moved to enter the building, only to be called over to All Might. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learned to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. Izuku frowned lightly and wondered what Aizawa would think of All Might as a teacher. Eraserhead actively told them to know their upper limits, to know what they can or can't do to stay safe and in control. All Might was telling them it's fine to get hurt. Didn't seem like a positive notion to Izuku. Yes, sir, 7111 replied without hesitation. If things get out of hand, I will stop it, All Might told him. Yes, sir, Ida repeated. Izuku resisted another sigh as he saw Kakin's I'm so done, let's fight already face. Kakin soon disappeared into the building, and All Might left after giving Izuku and his partner the building's blueprints. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan, Uraraka said quietly. She then looked away from her paper to beam up at the building. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Aizawa-sensei, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax. No, Izuku cut her off. She glanced over in surprise. That's exactly why Aizawa-sensei lied about punishing us. He thought we wouldn't try our best unless we thought we'd be expelled. Obviously, he was right. Izuku turned to face her. This is combat training, it's not a game. 7111 isn't going to play nice, and neither is Kakin. 7111? She blinked slowly. You mean Ida? Izuku nodded. Yeah, he's 7111 in my head because that was his examinee number at the entrance exams. Izuku shrugged. Anyway, we can't relax. That's my point. We need to do our best, fake punishment on the line or not. Her brown eyes widened, and then her face settled into firm determination. Yeah, let's do our best. She pumped a fist in the air, and Izuku nodded. Now, let's start the person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. All Might's voice sounded from their earpieces. Let's go, Izuku said. Uraraka nodded firmly, and they chose a window on the boron floor to climb through into the building. We've infiltrated successfully, Uraraka stage whispered. Izuku took a deep breath and examined his surroundings, letting Uraraka just follow his lead. They were in a sort of corridor, a maze of hallways that were all relatively narrow. Izuku crouched as he walked, carefully making no noise as he checked every corner. Izuku kept a hand near his knives as he made his way down the hallways, already knowing Kaken would head straight for him. He just needed to figure out where. Kaken appeared from around the next corner, and Izuku immediately dodged. Shoving Uraraka out of the way, Izuku slid as he landed on a crouch and glared at where Kaken could be seen through the smoke screen. Uraraka landed on her butt and gasped for breath as she tilted back a bit far and was practically lying down. "Oi, Midoriya, don't dodge." Kaken's voice was unusually quiet, and it made Izuku sigh as he pushed himself to his feet. "I knew you'd come for me," Izuku muttered, climbing to his feet. Uraraka got to her feet as well and backed up several steps anxiously. "I won't do enough damage to make All Might stop us, but I'll get as close as I can." Kaken grinned, and then he sprinted forward with his right hand held threateningly upwards. Izuku narrowed his eyes. As Kaken threw his punch, Izuku slid forward and grabbed hold of Kaken's arm, turning so his back was against Ketchup's chest, and then threw the blonde over his shoulder so he slammed into the ground. Izuku heard him choke on air, the wind being knocked out of him, and immediately jumped forward to wrap capture tape around his head. Kaken jerked upright, but the tape snagged on the boy's neck and Izuku held firm as he pulled it tight. "Bakugo has been captured," All Might said through Izuku's earpiece. "Bakugo, please come to the monitoring room. You're out." Izuku immediately released the tape and took a step backwards, but Kaken didn't move in the slightest. He was staring at the floor in shock, seemingly stunned. "Let's go. We need to find the bomb," Izuku said, beckoning Uraraka. "If Kaken's down here, 7111 should be on an upper floor. Maybe even the top one." "Hi." She nodded. Her eyes were huge and shiny when she looked at him, and he wondered why. Izuku and Uraraka went up and up until they found the 5th floor, and they peeked around a pillar to see 7111 protecting the bomb. "Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly," 7111 was muttering. "Then, I must also devote myself to being a villain." 7111 was 2 pillars in front and to the left of them, in the space with the bomb. Last Izuku checked he was facing the opposite way, but that could change. Would throwing a knife at the weapon count as retrieving it? No, that'd blow it up in a real scenario. "That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family." Izuku beckoned to the right, around the pillar away from Ida, and down the hallway away from the bomb. 7111's voice faded a little as Izuku backed up a row of pillars. "Can you distract him?" Izuku whispered, looking at Uraraka seriously. "I can sneak around and get the bomb if you hold his attention." "I can do it," Uraraka enthused quietly. Izuku nodded. "I'll sneak around. You go back to where we were just now and get his attention." "Hi." She immediately headed back, and Izuku sighed as he moved up 2 pillars so he was further towards the windows, and then headed back down the space to where 7111 was. "Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil." 7111 said the line in what was practically a shout, and Izuku heard Uraraka burst into laughter. Have you arrived, Uraraka?" Yes," she said, her heels clicking on the floor. Izuku crept closer to the bomb. Izuku was 1 pillar away from the bomb, and Ida had his back to him. Was it worth the risk? "Where's Midoriya?" Ida exclaimed, and that was when Izuku took the risk. Izuku sprinted for the bomb, not even bothering for stealth anymore, and saw 7111 turn as if it was slow motion. Izuku was only a few feet from the bomb as 7111 charged, calves lit with blue flame. 7111 was a lot faster than Izuku thought. He shoved Izuku out of the way and snagged the bomb, holding it above his head and running across the room. Izuku gritted his teeth and looked over to where Uraraka was standing. "Uraraka, if you see an opening, take it," Izuku called. "Otherwise, help me distract him until one of us can grab it." "Right." She clenched her fists and nodded. "I won't let you, heroes," 7111 shouted, apparently deeply immersed in his character. Izuku sprinted for 7111, but he knew he wasn't going to be able to get the bomb just from running. So, when 7111 went to sprint away, Izuku ran for the wall and jumped off it to lunge more quickly. 7111 was out of the way quicker than Izuku could blink. "You will not capture this weapon," 7111 announced. "I will do my villainous things and stop you." Uraraka burst out laughing again, which made 7111 spin around to look for her. She must have been hiding behind a pillar because she was nowhere in sight. 7111 turned away, which meant Izuku sprinted forward with his hand outstretched towards the bomb. Frustratingly, 7111 jumped backwards out of reach. It was like a game of keep away, and Izuku was losing. That is, until Uraraka came out from behind a pillar as 7111 blew by, and her fingertips brushed the weapon just enough for her quirk to take hold. "Got it!" she yelled excitedly as it went weightless, rising from 7111's hands upwards. Izuku watched it go up and wondered if that actually counted. They hadn't retrieved it exactly. "Hero team wins." All Might's voice rang out. "Huh, it did count then. Please come swiftly to the monitoring room for feedback and review." "Oi, we did it!" Uraraka yelled excitedly, jumping up and down. She touched her fingertips together, and the bomb clattered to the floor. She winced at the startling noise and smiled apologetically. "Good job tagging the bomb," Izuku told her, and then turned to 7111. "You too, 7111. Uraraka nodded vigorously, but 7111 just blinked and turned to Izuku sternly. "I am Ida Tenya," 7111 said, putting a confused hand on his chest. "I know, but Mike-sensei called you examinee number 7111 when we met, so that's what I think of you as." Izuku shrugged as they headed towards the monitoring room. "I can't help it." "Oh, I see," 7111 said stoically, like a nickname. "I suppose," Izuku replied. "You got so into it, Ida," Uraraka said brightly, bouncing. "You were so evil." "But it was merely for the exercise," 7111 exclaimed, chopping his hand in that odd way of his. "I am still aiming to be the best hero I can be." Of course, Uraraka nodded rapidly, still beaming. Izuku wondered if her face ever hurt from smiling so much. He knew his would. "Oi, Midoriya," the redhead exclaimed as soon as Izuku and Uraraka opened the door to the monitor room. "Good work. You sure were fired up. I can't believe you captured Bakugo." He placed first in the entrance exam. The one with tape elbows added with a grin. "You did a good job dodging Bakugo," the pink girl exclaimed, coming right up close to pump her fists excitedly. "Now that you've done so well, we're pumped to give it our all too," another of his classmates called. Izuku realized he and Uraraka had suddenly been thoroughly surrounded by enthusiastic classmates grinning widely at them both. "You were sort of close to elegant with that. You did a good job dodging." The pink girl completely interrupted the glittery Dracula blonde. "Oh, Izuku blinked. I'm Kirishima Ijiro," the redhead exclaimed with a fierce grin. "I'm Sirohanta," the tape elbows one said with the same relaxed grin. "I'm Aoyama Yuga." The sparkly one was once again cut off by the energetic pink girl. "I'm Ishido Mina." She flapped her arms excitedly, breathless as she hopped in one spot. "You did a good job dodging." "I'm Azuitsu," the frog girl said, approaching from nearby. "Call me Tsu." "I'm Sado," another classmate said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. "I'm Mineta." The small classmate, vaguely resembling a child with grapes on his head, jumped high enough that he was at Izuku's eye level, which was oddly impressive. "I'm Midoriya, Izuku," was all Izuku could think to say. "Everyone, calm down so we can do the person-to-person combat training. Battle 1 review," All Might declared. The screen behind him then lit up with the words, and Izuku blinked in surprise. The class wilted a little as they turned away from him, but gave All Might their attention. "The MVP is Midoriya," All Might announced loudly. "Why him and not Uraraka? They're both winners." Azui tapped her chin. "Ah, why is that? Does anyone know?" All Might raised his hand high, probably in imitation of 7111. "Yes, All Might Sensei." The girl with the horrible red costume raised her hand, her face reading, "I'm above you," as it always did. Midoriya made a plan for his team and executed it well. Watching the match, Ida and Bakugo had no communication or teamwork skills, even if they both played the roles of a villain well. She took a breath and continued. Midoriya was the one who captured Bakugo, while Uraraka sat on the sidelines. Uraraka was a good teammate, but despite capturing the bomb, she didn't do much. The ponytail girl looked down at the ground, content with her assessment, and crossed her arms. All Might appeared to be grimacing as much as he was smiling, lips shaking more towards a frown the longer the girl spoke. Izuku just listened carefully. She made good points, but Izuku wasn't sure he agreed. He could have done more. Well, Uraraka did well letting Midoriya distract, but, yes. All Might gave her a slightly uncertain thumbs up. That is correct. We should always start with the basics to develop a depth of understanding. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Otherwise, we cannot become pro-heroes. The snobby girl's hands were on her hips now, and she spoke with hard authority. Examining her, Izuku decided she was from a rich family. She and Ice Boy were both recommendation students, which meant that they were talented and rich. The girl acted like she was better than everyone else, flaunting her intelligence whenever she had the opportunity, and Izuku decided he didn't particularly like her. Maybe that would change, but from what he could see, she didn't have a great personality. All right, All Might was still holding his thumbs up. Let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Yes, sir. Izuku didn't really pay much attention to the following rounds. He was too busy staring at Kaken, who looked halfway between self-loathing and spiraling disappointment. Which made sense, considering he lost, but it was a new look for him and Izuku didn't know what to think of it. The match with Ice Boy and Octopus he paid attention to, only because they beat Gloves and Tail Dude in barely a few minutes. Ice Boy froze the whole building solid, and that was the end of that. Izuku did congratulate the people who did well, though, especially the ones who had introduced themselves. He felt bad he didn't know more of their names, but it was only the second day of school. Good work, everyone, All Might said as they stood outside, about to leave Ground Beta. We didn't have any major injuries, either. You guys took this seriously. You did a good job for your first training. Azui raised her hand. To have such a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class, it's kind of anticlimactic. Several people nodded along with that assessment, but Izuku frowned. What was wrong with it? Izuku asked genuinely. People whipped their heads around and stared, and he blinked in surprise at their intense faces. What? Didn't they realize Aizawa was just motivating them? It was like a prize. Do well, and you won't be punished. Everyone tried their best, and his point was addressed as to why he did what he did. Did they not understand? The gobsmacked and confused expressions on their faces in reaction to his question were enough of an answer. We're free to have proper classes, as well, All Might declared, apparently letting the class ignore Izuku's question. Well then, I must record the wins and losses from today's class. Change and return to the classroom. With that, All Might blasted down the long tunnel and was soon out of sight. The class was hit with wind from how fast he went, several people gasping. All Might's amazing, the blonde one who can't read exclaimed. Izuku winced, realizing just how bad a name that was. He definitely needed to ask for that boy's name. Why was he in such a hurry? Tailboy asked, blinking. So cool, Mineta whispered behind a hand. Through the rest of his classes, Izuku was on a mission to learn people's names. The teachers said their names when they were called on, so he knew the stuck-up girl was called Yairozu. Izuku outright asked the electric blonde for his name, and apparently his name was Kaminari. When classes finally ended, and they were reviewing their hero training scores, they all swarmed him again to chat about his match very loudly. When Izuku noticed Kaken shove his way through the door and walk off, Izuku stared after him. Their classmates tried to stop him, telling him that reviewing their scores was important, but he didn't listen. Of course he didn't. As school actually ended, and he walked to the station with Uraraka and 7111, Izuku felt a little spark of pride inside. He'd beaten Kaken. Even if it was only for a moment, Izuku decided he was allowed to enjoy the win and take it for what it was. It was proof that Izuku was well on his way to becoming a hero. Chapter 7. Izuku was so done with the day, and it had only just started. Hey you! A microphone was shoved in his face, and a woman was suddenly right in front of him. How are All Might's classes? Izuku sidestepped her with a frown hidden behind his mask. Tell us, how is All Might's teaching? Izuku kept walking and didn't look back. The woman was then redirected, Uraraka walking up next. Izuku shivered, firmly deciding he hated the press and hoped he could avoid them in future. Maybe Eraserhead had the right idea about hiding from them. Walking to class, however, was peaceful. Izuku wasn't bothered as he sat down for class, his classmates chatting amongst themselves or sitting quietly until Aizawa showed up. Upon his arrival, though, silence fell, and he climbed to the front of the room with a tired expression. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. Aizawa said from where he'd taken up residence at the podium. Today I'll have you. The dramatic pause made the class shiver. Decide on a class representative. After a beat of silence, the class cheered loudly enough that several people winced at the volume, Izuku included. I want to be class rep. Pick me. Kirishima yelled as he threw his hands in the air and jumped to his feet. Me too. Kaminari raised his hand. I want to do it too. Jiro put in, also raising a hand calmly. It's a job made for M. Aoyama never got to finish his flamboyant sentence with a hand in the air, Ashido descending in her usual overexcited way. I'll be the leader, she declared, both arms waving excitedly. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Mineta stood on his desk behind Izuku, and Izuku reached backwards to shove the boy back down. It was simply coincidence the boy hit his head on his desk. Really, it was. Let me do it. Kakin thrust a hand in the air aggressively. Me. Silence. Please. 7111's shout cut through the classroom. It's a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It's not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. Every head was turned to face 7111, even though half the class was on their feet. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, we should hold an election to choose one. 7111's face was ridiculously serious and dark, yet his hand was high and straight up in the air. Izuku sighed as the class started exclaiming about 7111's hand in the air and yelling disagreements. He didn't really want to put himself out there yet. Uraraka and 7111 had been accepting of his quirk, but would everyone else be? His mom certainly didn't think so. We haven't known each other for that long, Azui said as she tapped her chin with a long finger. Izuku noted it was one of her little habits, like 7111's choppy arms. So how can we have trust or anything, Ida? If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima frowned as he trailed off. Don't you think that's precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? 7111 declared, now standing. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku looked back at the podium to see Aizawa zipped fully into his infernal yellow sleeping bag, and Izuku blinked in surprise at the image. Only Eraser's face and some unruly black strands of hair could be seen in the sea of banana yellow. I don't care as long as you decide before homeroom is over. The man then tipped over to the side, disappearing behind the podium, presumably to sleep. Izuku agreed wholeheartedly with that particular notion and sighed with longing. Thank you very much, 7111 shouted. Let's get to voting. Izuku was given a slip of paper, same as everyone else, and thought about who he thought would be good for the job. Yaoyorozu was a good option. She definitely knew how to command a room. However, it might just inflate the massive ego she already had. Izuku shrugged and wrote down 7111's name. When 7111 collected the papers and headed to the chalkboard to write down the final counts, Izuku stared in surprise at the names sitting at the top, tied for points. Midoriya, Izuku 2. Yaoyorozu Momo 2. Most people possessed only one vote, choosing to vote for themselves. He blinked once, twice, and his name remained tied for first. Huh? 2 votes, Izuku exclaimed. He glanced around the classroom and noticed Uraraka whistling suspiciously, and 7111 was muttering to himself in what looked like mild frustration. He only had 1 vote. which didn't make sense. Izuku had voted for him, which meant 7111 hadn't voted for himself. Odd. Then the class rep will be both Yaoyorozu and Midoriya equally, Aizawa said, beckoning the two to the front. Izuku stood and headed for the podium and looked out at the class with Yaoyorozu on his left. Thank you for your votes, Izuku said neutrally, nodding to the class. We'll do our best. Yaoyorozu bowed, and Izuku winced as he realized he probably should have too. That might not be so bad, Ajui said thoughtfully. After all said and done, Midoriya can get pretty fired up, Kirishima said brightly. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results, Shiro added. Izuku turned to Yaoyorozu and decided to try for politeness. Congrats on becoming rep. Congratulations to you as well. She sported a tiny smile as she said it. In line waiting for a lunch, Izuku debated whether he should find a place to sit outside or head for the bathrooms again. Bathrooms were easier, but outside onto the grounds would be a nice change. Izuku took his lunch with a thankful nod towards lunch rush and stood a little dumbly in one spot as he tried to decide. Sighing, he decided to head to a bathroom. It was closer, and he didn't want to have to navigate the hallways and find the way to the exit towards the grounds. He didn't have forever to eat, and all that time walking would be a waste. He locked himself in a stall, same as always, and sat down on the floor cross-legged to eat. He pulled off his mask, breathing in deeply and pretending he wasn't breathing in bathroom air so happily. Regardless, Izuku started eating his katsudon and wondering how he would go about being a class representative. Obviously, he had no experience, and he felt a bit like he hadn't done anything to earn it. But then again, none of them had. It was so early in the year, as Ajui had pointed out. Maybe being class representative would give him the chance to show that he really was hero material. If he was a sort of leader for his class of heroes, obviously he wasn't a healer, right? Surely Yaoyorozu would help. Then again, maybe not. If she believed he would only ever be a healer, then it might cause some issues. Actually, maybe he should just step down. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. A feminine voice announced suddenly. Izuku looked up from his food and thoughts, a little stunned. Geez now. Izuku groaned, standing. I didn't even get to finish my food. The speaker voice was repeating its message as Izuku hooked his mask back on over his ears. I repeat, there has been dash. Izuku shoved the bathroom door open, leaving his food in the stall, and immediately yelped audibly. The hallway was flooded with people, and Izuku regained his balance just in time to be roughly slammed into him from behind. Hey! Izuku exclaimed as the boy continued trying to shove him along. Students were shoulder to shoulder all the way down it, and were shoving and yelling at each other in attempts to escape the thick crowd. Ouch! Don't push. Someone fell? Stop! Stop! Where's the teachers? Izuku was muscular, but he was also short. He shoved between people, trying to get away, but more students replaced them. He couldn't see over their heads, and more people were screaming. How was he supposed to get out? How was anyone supposed to evacuate like this? People were pressed against every part of Izuku, and he couldn't help but panic. Was his undershirt covering his neck? Were his socks still covering his ankles? Were his gloves in place and his wrists protected? His head slammed into someone's shoulder. What if his forehead hit skin? Midoriya. Izuku looked up from his panic and spotted Kirishima and Kaminari, both tall in the crowd, standing with their arms over their heads near the wall. Kirishima. Izuku called back. The boy reached out a hand, and Izuku reached around a girl with blue hair to grasp for him. Kirishima grabbed Izuku's wrist and hardened his hand around it. His grip like steel, Kirishima yanked Izuku towards him and wrapped both arms around Izuku's shoulders. Despite being caged, Izuku felt much safer and much more calm in Kirishima's arms. We need to get outside, Kaminari yelled. This is insane. We can't get through the crowd. Izuku shouted. He wasn't being crushed anymore, but even Kirishima wasn't immune to the immense pressure of hundreds of students. They were still being shoved in every direction, Kaminari barely staying with them. We need a teacher, Kirishima yelled in his ear. They're probably all investigating the break-in. Izuku shouted back. Look, what's that? Kaminari pointed behind them. Izuku couldn't turn, but knew what Kaminari meant as 7,111 went careening by, spinning end over end, right past them and slammed into the exit sign above the doorway. Everyone, everything's fine, 7,111 cried. People gasped, some pointing, but everyone seemed to pause. The shoving ceased. It's just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. 7111 was shaking, one hand gripping the ceiling and both legs propped up on the sign, but his voice echoed through the room with firmness. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. Izuku felt like he could breathe again as quiet descended, while both Kaminari and Kirishima relaxed a little. Kirishima's hardened arms released Izuku a little and slowly slackened. The crowd collectively seemed frozen, and a few people peeked out the windows as if to double-check 7,111's words. The police are here. A girl yelled in relief, which triggered the noise and muttering to start again, albeit much calmer. Oh, good. It's just the press. He's right. 7111 floated down from the ceiling, and Uraraka ran up to him with a huge smile, which confirmed that she'd been the one to float him up there. Meanwhile, Izuku was released by Kirishima as students calmed and began to form more orderly, yet sideways lines. Izuku turned to Kirishima with a grateful smile as they started following the now untidy lines of students moving outside. Thanks, I couldn't find my feet, Izuku said thankfully. No problem, man. Kirishima grinned, shark teeth happily on display. Izuku smiled, and he wished just a bit that he didn't have a mask and could properly smile at the boy. How did Ida do that? Kaminari asked, still staring up at where 7111 was floating at ceiling height. He had Uraraka make him weightless, and then used his engines to propel himself. Izuku explained. That's why he spun so much. Ah, of course. Kaminari snapped his fingers with a grin. That makes sense. Come on, we should evacuate. Izuku beckoned the duo and joined the much neater lines of students that were filing their way outside. Follow the lines. It's time to decide on the other class officers, Yaoyorozu said lightly, facing the class. Now. Actually, I need to say something. Izuku stood at the front of the room with Yaoyorozu, but attention had previously been focused on mainly her. Suddenly, all eyes were on Izuku instead, and Yaoyorozu looked to the side to face him in blatant surprise. I thought it was unfair of me to be nominated without you guys knowing what my quirk is. If I need to, I'll step down. Izuku swallowed nervously and then took a deep breath. The truth is, I have a healing quirk. The class made several exclamations of surprise, except the three who already knew plus Aizawa. Though, he did open his eyes and stare. Izuku tried to ignore that as he continued. My quirk is called Band-Aid. It's a healing quirk that can heal anything caused by injury, and even completely erases scars, and can regrow organs and limbs. It's fueled by my own energy, unlike Recovery Girl. Izuku paused, considering, then sighed. The truth. It's activated by skin contact, and it's possible for me to end up erasing all evidence of every past injury from a person. I have no control over it. So please, don't touch me. Oh, is that why you always wear so much clothing? Ashido asked loudly, a hand waving in the air. Yeah, I don't want to use it on anyone without their permission. Izuku nodded, and didn't mention what junior high was like. They didn't need to know how much he needed his extra layers back then. With a quirk as powerful as that, shouldn't you be in the healing course? Mineta called. It doesn't seem right, wasting your quirk like that. Some of the class seemed to agree, frowning as well, and Izuku couldn't help the flash of anger he felt. He faintly noticed Aizawa had completely sat up in his sleeping bag attentively. Izuku glared at the class, ignoring the way his hands clenched into fists as he focused on keeping his voice even. It's my quirk. Izuku gritted out, keeping his voice flat and as calm as possible. I'm here to be my own kind of hero, using my quirk however I please. I'm not a healer, and nobody can force me to be one. He scanned the faces of his classmates and couldn't yet determine whether they understood or not. I really want to belong here, but one thing I'll never accept is people telling me I have no choice but to be a healer just because of my quirk. I'm going to use my quirk and save as many people as I can as a hero." The class was silent for a beat, and then the class exploded into applause. Izuku blinked in shock at the sight of it, overwhelmed. Aizawa laid back down again, curling up to pretend to sleep more. Mineta looked a little embarrassed, but he reluctantly nodded in seeming acceptance. "Sorry," Mineta muttered, smiling sheepishly. Izuku didn't reply, but his anger towards his classmate did abate. "You'll be a great hero, Mito," Ashido cheered. "You were awesome during the battle trial. Who cares what your quirk is?" Kirishima grinned. "You're so cool." "Totally awesome," Kaminari agreed, giving him a thumbs up. "We'll be careful about touching you without permission, promise." Azui croaked. "You're a perfect class rep." Uraraka beamed at him. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, and he nodded in determination. Telling them was the first step. The second was waiting to see how many of them really believed in him. For today's basic hero training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors: All Might, me, and one more person, Aizawa-sensei said at his podium. Izuku tilted his head curiously at the phrasing. It must be a specialized class then, Izuku thought, if it had multiple teachers. "Excuse me." Shiro was one desk over and one behind Izuku, and he leaned forward with his arm in the air. "What'll we be doing?" Without missing a beat, Eraserhead held up a white card labeled Rescue in fancy blue letters. "Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training," Aizawa answered boredly. "Rescue," Kaminari muttered. He turned to Ashido on his right with a raised brow. "Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too." Ashido pumped her pink fists in excitement. "Right," she agreed. "Idiot, this is the duty of a hero," Kirishima said, grinning as he leaned forward in his seat behind Kaminari. "My arms are ready to rumble." Izuku decided he really did like Kirishima. "No one can beat me in the water, Karo." Azui's voice was blank, but she was smiling slightly. "Oi, I'm not done." Aizawa glared. The class straightened. "You can decide if you want to use your costumes or not this time." The wall cubbies slid open smoothly. "Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready." He then walked away from the podium. Everyone stood, but Izuku headed straight for Eraserhead instead of the cubbies. The teacher had leaned against the chalkboard, watching students, and he eyed him tired as Izuku walked up to him. "Aizawa-sensei, I can wear most of my costume, as I did for All Might Sensei's battle training, but I need the shirt changed," Izuku said, getting right to the point. "It has a medical symbol all down the spine, and I don't want the attention that it brings. It's labeling me a healer." Aizawa assessed him for a moment before sighing. "You hate the idea of being a healer," Aizawa surmised. "More than anything," Izuku replied immediately. Izuku was a bit afraid Aizawa would ask him why, but Aizawa just nodded tiredly. "I'll get someone to let the support companies know to redesign it," he said blankly. "Whatever your reasons for choosing the hero course instead of the healer course, it should be respected." Izuku sighed in relief. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei." Izuku nodded to the man and quickly grabbed his costume case to follow his classmates to the locker rooms. He hoped their training would go well. Chapter 8. Loading onto the bus headed to wherever their destination was went relatively well. Izuku took the seat behind where Aizawa was curled up in his yellow sleeping bag, hoping his classmates wouldn't bother him due to his proximity to the teacher. Luckily, he'd pegged them correctly. Whether it had anything to do with Aizawa being right in front of him or not, they collectively understood that Izuku didn't want to participate in their discussions and left him out of it all. Izuku appreciated it more than he let on. Izuku didn't pay them any attention during the drive, only snapping back to reality as the bus rolled to a stop. He straightened and tried to see out the window at where they were, but he could only see a massive dome before they were filing out the bus. "Everyone, I have been waiting for you," a robot voice said, coming from a hero in a white costume shaped like a marshmallow with yellow boots who stood outside the dome. Izuku recognized them as 13, another hero who helped with his healer exam. "Oh, I love 13," Uraraka all but yelled, pumping both fists excitedly. "Let's go inside without delay." 13 gestured for the class to follow them. Looking forward to working with you, the class chanted. They followed the hero inside and found themselves on a high-up platform that overlooked a huge area with several divided zones with different conditions. They walked down a long strip of gold and red, and Izuku looked around with careful curiosity. It was stunning, different sections blocked off for different conditions, and a central courtyard with a fountain right at the bottom of the staircase in front of them. "Wow, it looks like USJ," Kirishima exclaimed. "Ah, the Universal Studios of Japan. A theme park, if Izuku was remembering correctly." A shipwreck, 13 pointed to a zone filled with water, and what looked like a water slide. A landslide, several buildings were buried in dirt. A fire, they pointed out an ominous red dome. A windstorm, this time an ominous blue dome, etc. There were more zones, one with a mock mountain range and one with destroyed buildings, and Izuku wondered if there were more he couldn't see. "It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters." 13 held their arms wide open, pride in their slightly robotic voice, which, honestly, was deserved. The place was stunning. It is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. It was clear the hero was beaming under their mask as they struck a pose, standing on one foot and pointing with excitement. 13, "Where's All Might?" Aizawa asked, stepping up towards the other hero. He had the place, scrutinizing. "He was supposed to meet us here." 13 stepped up to him, getting in close. "About that," they leaned in to whisper to Aizawa. The marshmallow hero held up 3 fingers as they spoke, and Aizawa said something in a resigned tone in response. "It can't be helped." He turned away from 13. "Shall we begin?" Aizawa then walked to the side and slouched near the wall, out of the way of 13. "Let's see." 13 started. "Before we begin, let me say one thing. Air, or 2, or 3. Izuku's side, or 4, maybe 5 or 6 or 7. 13 was probably new to teaching classes, like All Might. The marshmallow hero did perfectly during the exam, but that was acting out a mission and not making speeches to a class of students. It was understandable, really. "Everyone, I am sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole," the hero said, regaining composure. They raised a hand to stare at. "I can suck up anything and turn it to dust." Uraraka was nodding her head enthusiastically. "You use it in your rescues. You've saved so many people," she said, voice full of adoration. "Yeah, but it is a power that can kill easily." The class froze, Uraraka's excitement pausing. "Some of you also have quirks like that, right?" The class remained still. In a superpowered society, personal quirks have been stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the dangers of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding of that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you all for listening." 13 bowed, and Izuku nodded to himself. Aizawa was a natural at speeches, but apparently so was 13. Eraserhead's speech was a reality check about the unfairness of society and disasters, and about being a hero. 13's was about the reality of quirks, and a hope for them and for their abilities. Izuku was captivated by 13, just as he was with Aizawa. "That was wonderful," Uraraka exclaimed as the class cheered, some others clapping politely. "Bravo! Bravo!" could be heard from Kirishima. Aizawa caught their attention and pointed towards the courtyard. "All right then, first." Aizawa's voice broke off as the lights flickered, electricity zipping across them, and then flipped off completely. The surprised class looked up, gasping. Izuku then noticed the fountain flickering, sputtering, the water flow cutting off before flowing again and shutting off again. A black swirl appeared, and Izuku's eyes widened in alarm as his teacher whipped around just in time to see the little black swirl explode outwards into a massive pooling of smoke, yellow slitted eyes appearing in the mist as it expanded and warped. A single hand reached through, pale and visible against the darkness, and a disembodied hand could be seen in blue hair, and another hand where what should have been the person's face appeared as the person looked up. Not just a person, a villain. All that could be seen through the pale and floating hand was one crazed red eye. Gather together and don't move. Eraserhead ordered. 13. Protect the students. He held out an arm in front of the students, protectively. What's that? Kirishima said quietly as he leaned away from the scene, staring. He was staring, they all were, because the hand-covered face was followed by a body, hands decorating black clothing like fine jewelry. Crawling out after the hand villain, dozens of people streamed out and into the courtyard. The crowd looked as if they all had some kind of mutation quirk, but the worst of the worst. Izuku couldn't help but think they were creepy, their bodies horrifying as they walked. One villain had an armored and long neck with a bug-like face, while another had huge exposed teeth and small eyes. There was a villain with the head of a Venus flytrap, and more kept coming through the mist. Some type of warp quirk. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Kirishima was squinting forward, a hand on his forehead, as if he was holding invisible binoculars. Don't move, Eraserhead ordered as Kirishima went to take a step. The hero put on his yellow goggles seriously and faced the crowd in the courtyard. Those are villains. The class gasped, some clearly panicking, but Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the mist. For as he watched, a monster the size of All Might stepped through, gruesome and purple. The thing's mouth was shaped like a beak, but it was open wide with ragged teeth on full display. Its eyes were blank, as if it was asleep with its eyes open, but the worst part was the top of its head. It had no skull, and its fleshy brain was on full display. Izuku felt his stomach twist uncomfortably. How in the world was that thing alive, let alone standing? An exposed brain was an obvious weakness, what the hell? What? Villains? Kirishima exclaimed, recoiling. No way. There's no way they could get into a hero school. They just did. Izuku gritted out, hands shaking. Besides, we're off campus, remember? Yaoyorozu moved past him as she stepped forward, face blank as usual apart from lowered eyebrows. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Blank face be damned. Her voice betrayed her anxiety. 13 looked over their shoulder. We have them, of course, but did they only appear here, or around the whole school? Izuku turned in surprise at the unfamiliar voice and realized it was Ice Boy. Izuku also blinked when he realized that he'd genuinely never heard the boy's voice before. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. He looked around. An isolated area separated from the main campus, during the time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Everyone was stunned into silence. Izuku, despite the otherwise desperate situation, decided he rather liked Todoroki. He didn't care if that was the only thing the boy ever said in Izuku's presence. Izuku firmly decided Todoroki was his new favorite classmate. Intelligence, quiet, observant, and wicked good at speeches. All excellent traits for a hero. 13. Start the evacuation. Eraserhead ordered, stepping forward. Try calling the school. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Kaminari. The boy jumped. You try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Kaminari was pale, but he looked determined. Yes, sir. He pressed a hand to his odd earpiece in concentration. Eraserhead, are you going to fight them by yourself? Izuku took a step forward. We don't know if we'll be able to contact the school for reinforcements. Izuku really liked his teacher, and he wanted to keep him. You can't be a hero with just one trick. Aizawa said, I'm leaving it to you, 13. He then launched into the air, clearing the stairs completely and landing at the bottom, and running straight at the villains. 13 beckoned them, and the students all jogged for the exit. The hallway back was long, and Izuku tried to focus. Eraser was a pro hero, so he should be fine. 13 stopped with a gasp, and Izuku raised his head to see another portal appear before them. I won't let you. The portal swirled, reshaping and twisting. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. The mist said ominously, rising taller with yellow eyes at the very top, assessing them. It may be presumptuous of us, But we invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. 13 put an arm out, mimicking Eraserhead's previous protective stance. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? The mist began to move again, spreading out in the shape of a cross, or maybe wings. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. 13 popped a finger open to use their quirk, but gasped when two students jumped forwards without warning. Kaken and Kirishima. Kaken's explosions filled the air, filling the air with smoke, and Izuku momentarily lost sight of all three of them. The hero students and the villain. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima taunted. Izuku couldn't see much in the smoke, and squinted as he tried to keep smoke from his eyes. Oh dear, that's dangerous. The mist's ominous voice said softly. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. Izuku gasped as the mist shifted, revealing a metal collar under the face, and the yellow eyes narrowed menacingly. No, move away, you two. 13 shouted, pointing a still uncapped but inactive quirked finger at the villain. My job is to scatter you all. The mist stretched in all directions, completely surrounding the group, so black and purple was all they saw in every direction, and torture you to death. The mist descended on them, and felt like wind smashing into them. What the? Izuku heard Kirishima exclaim, but he couldn't see him. Someone cried out, and Izuku tried desperately to see who it was. Karo. Azui whimpered from somewhere to his right. Everyone. Izuku heard 7111 scream distantly, but everything faded, and then he was falling. Izuku shrieked, realizing how high up he was, regardless of the water beneath him. He took a deep breath in preparation, put his arms to his sides, and stayed as straight as possible, in an imitation of 7111, before he slammed into the surface. The impact left his feet stinging, legs feeling like jelly as the water sucked him under, and he sank downwards. Izuku had never gone swimming in shoes before, especially shoes with steel plating, and he couldn't help panicking. Izuku could see the surface, but it was seriously far away. The impact had sent him pretty deep. He tried swimming upwards, and made slow progress as he kicked. Izuku tried to stay calm, and seriously hoped he'd been teleported into the nearby shipwreck zone, and not hundreds of miles away into the ocean instead. He froze his progress when a dark shape came right for him, and his hope briefly flared up. It was a shark-like villain, which meant he was almost definitely still at the USJ. Unfortunately, there was nonetheless a villain coming right for him. Izuku looked around in a panic, scrambling for a plan as the villain opened his maw to reveal dozens of teeth, but instead felt a rush of dizzying relief as Azui slammed into the side of the villain's head. Midoriya. Her voice warbled through the water. He reached for her, but ended up nearly flinching in surprise as she threw her tongue out and wrapped it dozens of times around his torso. She then launched off the villain, yanking Izuku after her. See ya. The villain's voice echoed as he went spinning away and deeper. See ya. Azui replied politely as she swam away, yanking Izuku after her. Izuku couldn't see as the dark water rushed by, so he squeezed his eyes shut and focused on holding his breath as she dragged him through the water at speeds Izuku could never reach, even in a swimsuit. Her quirk really was unbeatable in the water. Izuku was then flung out of the water, over a railing, and was then dropped about a foot. His back slammed into the deck of a ship deck, and he all but threw his mask off his face and gasped in air, head a little light, and very much dizzy as he sat up. The tongue around him withdrew, and he coughed and sputtered. Mineta then slammed into the deck next to him, much less gently, and Izuku figured it was probably deserved since Azui was usually so calm and reasonable. Izuku stood, leaning over the railing to see Azui climbing vertically up the ship and out of the water. Thanks, Azui. He coughed, giving her a small smile as she grabbed the ledge and popped her head up. Izuku tried to ignore the part of his brain screaming at him to put his mask back on, that it wasn't safe even around his classmates, and focused on the situation at hand. Call me Tsu, Azui said, sounding slightly amused. He blinked, remembering that she'd already asked that of him back at the battle training, and nodded slowly. Okay, thanks Tsu. Azui climbed all the way into the boat and looked around. Izuku felt a little better when she didn't comment on his lack of a mask, but she did stare a little. This has turned into a rather bad situation, though. Azui assessed blandly. Izuku nodded seriously. They knew we'd be here with All Might. A villain must have swiped a schedule during the break-in. Izuku surmised. The frog mutant nodded in agreement. It's just like Todoroki said, a well-planned surprise attack. But, Mineta cried, waving his hands in the air much like a toddler throwing a tantrum. It's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Mineta mimicked punching, fists meeting only air. Mineta. Azui cut in, and Mineta stopped curiously. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Izuku turned to her in surprise. Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death, you know. Mineta stared blankly as she continued. I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out alive. Mineta started to sweat with fear and then shake violently. Me mid-midoriya, he cried, pointing and backing away from the railing. What the heck is that? Izuku and Azui both turned. Karo, Azui let out, and Izuku couldn't help but agree with her tone as he looked overboard. A shark fin popped up, followed by one villain, two villains, three, and soon they were surrounded. There's a ton of them. Mineta screamed at the top of his lungs, and Izuku crouched down to smack a soaked glove over the boy's mouth. His other hand went to the boy's back to keep him from moving. Shush. Mineta made a muffled sound, but quieted. We need a plan. Izuku looked up at Azui, not removing his hands on Mineta. If they really have a way to kill All Might, they won't hesitate to take us out of the equation. We need to get out of here. Mineta started to squirm, making protests, and Izuku dug his hand into the boy's back until he squeaked. Shut up. I'm trying to think. Mineta froze, and Izuku let up on his back. The villains are assuming we'll fight them in the water, right? Does that mean they knew what was in these facilities? Azui tapped her chin. Izuku sighed in relief that at least one teammate kept their head in an emergency. Yes, although, as for how much information they have, it can't be much since they sent you, Sue, to the shipwreck zone. She turned to him thoughtfully. This is pretty good evidence that they don't know what our quirks are. Azui blinked. Karo, that's true. She turned to the still very ominous red dome of fire. If they knew that I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there. Izuku nodded. Exactly, which means the misty villain was probably separating and pairing us randomly. Their plan is to spread us thin and take us on in large numbers to make up for their lack of knowledge in that area. Izuku ignored as Mineta started vibrating in his hold. He peeked over the railing, which was as tall as Mineta, and eyed the villains in the water. They're waiting for us in the water. If we don't move, they'll either sink us or give up and climb the boat. I'll tell you more about my quirk. Azui responded after a pause. Izuku nodded in acceptance. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. She took a moment of pause before adding, the last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. Okay, cool. Izuku nodded slightly. We need a plan. Mineta, stop moving or I swear I'll throw you overboard. It was an empty threat, but Mineta stilled. When he next spoke, it was more gentle, soothing. I'm going to let go, but I need you to stay calm and explain your quirk to me just like Tsu. Don't use it, understand? Izuku then gently released the boy. My quirk is called Pop-Off, Mineta said shakily. He pointed to the balls on his head. It lets these stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. Izuku nodded. You're immune to them, convenient. Izuku nodded. Good. You already know mine. It's a healing quirk. Anyway, we still need a plan. Mineta started tearing up, opened his mouth, only to freeze at Izuku's glare. Don't you dare scream. The boy gulped. Tsu, could you jump all the way to the bank, or is it too far? She glanced over and gasped as a giant hand made of water slammed into the boat, slicing it in half. Izuku stumbled from where he was crouching and slipped backwards onto his butt, releasing Mineta, who cried out. Azui merely crouched, sticking to the floor as it rocked and shook under them. I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly. A voice shouted from the water. What a power! Azui exclaimed as the boat started sinking. The ship's broken. So they chose sink. That's not the best option for us, but okay. Izuku muttered. He then gasped as Mineta ran to the railing, sobbing, and started lobbing balls into the water. Mineta. He grabbed the sobbing boy and pulled him away from the railing quickly. Peeking over, he saw the villains gently pushing the balls in the water away from them, cautious not to touch them. The boat will sink in less than a minute. A triumphant voice said from the water. Once they get in the water, we're sure to win. Mineta shrieked from behind Izuku and flattened himself against the wall. That's insane. Izuku turned in exasperation, but Azui spoke first. Mineta, did you really enter UA to become a hero? Her face was blank, and Izuku felt the urge to laugh for some reason. Shut up. It's weirder not to be scared right now. Mineta cried. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought we would be almost killed right after starting school? I wish I could have at least touched Yaoyorozu's boobs first. Mineta was full-on sobbing, and Izuku sighed. That's enough of that. Izuku leaned forward and placed a hand on Mineta's shoulder, the boy immediately freezing at the contact. You can be scared all you want, but you also need to remain calm. Being a hero means reacting well under pressure. You can be a hero, too. He then withdrew with a sigh. Azui, can you make the jump? Yes or no? She nodded. Call me Tsu. I can make the jump, but not all the way with both of you. Izuku nodded. Okay, I'm going to jump and throw some of my explosives into the water. You take Mineta and grab me with your tongue when you can. Izuku said calmly. He then looked back at Mineta. You need to be calm and stay with Tsu. Yeah, we're all scared, but this is part of being a hero. He then clicked his mouthpiece into place and was just glad it was semi-dry. He wasn't, but the part he breathed through was sort of important. Izuku put one foot on the railing and looked over with narrowed eyes. He reached into his belt and pulled out two of his explosives. Both were smooth metal, with a heavy red button in the center of it. You wanted to end this, right? Izuku shouted. Then let's end this. He pushed off the railing and launched into the air, pressing the buttons and throwing them as hard as he could at the water. They exploded a foot from the water, and the villains started screaming as the water blasted upwards before swirling like a whirlpool. Izuku was then once again being dragged behind Azui, this time as she flew over the water. He then heard a determined and nonsensical yell from Mineta. Even I can. Izuku's eyes widened as dozens of little purple spheres whipped by him and into the swirling water, sticking to villains as the rough water smacked the little balls into them. Hey, one shouted as he was pulled towards the middle of the swirling water. I'm being sucked in, another exclaimed, and then they started noticing the balls. Is this that kid's? One yelled in surprise. What is it? I can't get it off. Villains had balls on their shoulders, their torsos, everywhere, and when the villains tried to take them off, their hands stuck and wouldn't move. Izuku watched as the villains slowly all stuck together into one giant mass, yelling and fighting the water and each other as Izuku and his two teammates flew by. I guess it's like we cleared the first hurdle. Azui exclaimed, You're both amazing. Then they fell, Azui's jump ending, and they plopped into water only a few feet deep. Her tongue released Izuku, and she seemed to be dragging Mineta behind her as she wadded towards shore. Izuku approved, honestly. I had a bowel movement this morning, Mineta said, seemingly randomly. So those things you'll stick all day. Ah, that's the relevance. Izuku sighed. Great. The pros should be able to arrest every one of them, then. Izuku then paused. Okay, now we need to get out of here. We need to get to the exit, which is up the stairwell, while also avoiding the courtyard. Azui nodded to his words. That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn a large number of villains to the plaza. She agreed. Izuku frowned. Let's get to shore first and worry about the villains afterwards. Azui nodded again, and they all started walking again, Mineta no longer being dragged since it was shallow enough for his head to be above the water. Izuku breathed while he could, certain it wasn't remotely over yet. Chapter 9. As they reached the shore, Izuku peeked over the ledge to see Eraserhead punch a villain, snag two more, and slam them into the ground. Izuku bit his lip anxiously, then made up his mind and tore his eyes away. Let's move. Izuku beckoned to his classmates, and they crept along the shoreline together. Izuku didn't turn back to see the fighting as they slowly made their way through the shallow water, knowing he'd do something stupid if he saw his teacher in danger. Izuku needed to help the two people he could reach, not the teacher whom he'd only distract. However, he froze when the shore shook, the water rippling ever so slightly from the force. Izuku froze and did exactly what he wasn't supposed to do. He turned around. Izuku paled, and Ajui's eyes widened at the sight of the grotesque monster sitting atop a prone Aizawa, his blood spilling out onto the courtyard. Izuku's hand twitched, knowing he could help in mere moments by touching his wrist to the man, but he stayed where he was. Even as the monster broke Eraserhead's arm, crushing and twisting it as if it were mere Play-Doh, Izuku needed to save the ones he could reach first. Or maybe he could do both. He turned to face Ajui and Mineta, whipping around. You both need to get out of here, he whispered to the duo with his eyes determined and voice frantic. I have to stay so I can heal him once the pros arrive, but you both need to evacuate immediately. Midoriya. We don't have time. Izuku interrupted Mineta's protests. You both need to go, and don't you dare argue. We stand no chance of fighting that thing. He met Ajui's eyes, and he saw fear that matched his, but also mirrored his determination. Keep him safe. Karo. Ajui whimpered, but she grasped Mineta's costume and started hopping through the water, dragging him behind and racing away from Izuku as fast as she could go. Izuku meant what he said. He had no intention of joining a battle he couldn't win. He could, however, save his teacher the moment there was an opening. Izuku crept back the way they came, masked eyes and curly hair the only parts of him visible over the shore ledge. He was a fair distance down the shore, but he could see the plaza clearly. Izuku couldn't hear anything, but the closer he got the more blood he could see, and the sight did not make him feel better. Suddenly, the monster slammed its hand onto Aizawa's other arm, and the pro hero screamed. Izuku trembled in place at the sound, and wondered faintly if he should have left. If only so, he didn't have to watch his teacher die. Eraserhead's head was slammed into the ground, and Izuku cried out for him. As someone with medical knowledge as extensive as his, Izuku knew Aizawa had fractured, if not outright shattered, multiple bones in his face. The mist villain appeared then, saying something to the villain covered in hands. Whatever it was, Izuku figured it must have been good for the hero's side. The hand villain put both hands on the side of his head and started shaking violently. Izuku couldn't see exactly what was going on with him, but he was clearly distressed in some way. But suddenly the villain all but froze, standing completely still. Izuku's eyes flicked to his teacher, who was still face down in a pool of his own blood, the monster on top of him. Izuku didn't feel bad calling the thing a monster, because no person would look like that and remain alive. Not with their brain out like that. It was as large as All Might, and Izuku registered faint resentment towards the number one hero. He was supposed to be with them. Izuku tore his eyes away from his teacher and ended up locking eyes with the villain covered in hands. He froze, terrified. Izuku could do nothing as the villain was suddenly in front of him, one blink after another, and his hand was on Izuku's face. Izuku recoiled, but the hand pressed into his mask and glasses, both digging into his skin. He wondered if the villain was going to hurt him and squeezed his eyes shut, only for the villain to huff quietly. Damn it! Izuku opened his eyes at the words and saw his teacher activating his quirk and staring down the villain. Aizawa was erasing his quirk, which meant he knew what it was, which meant that it was almost definitely dangerous and activated by five-finger contact. Which meant Izuku would probably be dead if not for him. You really are cool, the villain murmured. Eraserhead. Izuku's face was released, and he gasped in relief, only for his relief to crumble into panic as Aizawa's face was slammed into the ground again. Stop. Izuku went to shove the hand villain without a thought for his own safety, without a real plan. Anything to get the villains to spare Aizawa. However, His blunder didn't cost him his life, as he thought it might. Izuku's hand slammed into the purple monster, seemingly materializing in front of him. Izuku blinked and looked up and up and up. Correction, the giant purple monster was double the height of All Might. Izuku recoiled with a shriek, stumbling away from the huge and dangerous creature, and ended up splashing into the water as he fell backwards. The water was waist height, so his head just barely went under. He sat up quickly, gasping, and regretted it as he saw the hand villain reaching for him, coming around the monster. Izuku scrambled backwards, trying and failing to move as the water resistance screwed him over. But Izuku and the villain, plus everyone in the USJ, froze at the same time as the entrance doors exploded inwards with an ear-splitting crash. Izuku's head snapped in the direction of the deafening sound, only to see smoke pouring from the platform he and his classmates had started on. He couldn't see what it was, and panic bubbled up. Was it the pros? Was it more villains? Were some of his classmates up there? He'd sent Azui and Mineta up there. Were they hurt? Were any of his classmates hurt? Would he have enough energy to heal them after all this was over? His thoughts all paused at the sound of a voice, cutting through the silence. "It's fine now." Loud footsteps echoed, and a shape could be seen through the dust cloud. "I am here." Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief and slight fear as the hero appeared at the top of the stairs with the dust settling behind him. All Might wasn't smiling. His signature words held none of their usual reassurances, falling flat in Izuku's ears. Why? Why was All Might acting like that? Izuku's thoughts spun round and round, just staring at the hero. The man dramatically threw his suit jacket onto the floor, staring down into the courtyard. "Oh," Izuku heard the villain whisper. "We're getting a continued." The hand villain stood, eyes on All Might, and Izuku let out a shaky breath as quietly as he could. "I've been waiting, hero," the villain said softly. "You trash of society." Izuku turned his head at the whispers running through the villain crowd remaining in the courtyard. "Idiots," one near the front of the group yelled, loud enough for Izuku to hear. "Don't hesitate. If we kill him, we'll—" And then he was on the ground. All Might, quick as a blink, knocked down every remaining villain in the main plaza, ending up at Aizawa's side. He scooped the man up, and Izuku could have thrown up with relief. Aizawa was safe. All Might stood still for a moment, Izuku's teacher in his arms, and then suddenly Izuku himself was grabbed and yanked away from the hand villain. Izuku was not embarrassed to admit that he shrieked. Izuku was suddenly a dozen feet away, Aizawa's body at his feet. All Might crouched in front of him. "Midoriya, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa to you." All Might stood up, and Izuku completely ignored whatever the hero did next because he fell to his knees at his teacher's side. "It's going to be okay," Izuku whispered to himself and his teacher. He gently grabbed one of Eraserhead's mangled hands and pressed his right wrist to it. Aizawa's arms twitched, broken bones going back into place, snapped muscles reattaching, elbow stitching itself together as new skin formed over the injury, color returning to his now fully repaired face. Eraserhead was good as new in under 20 seconds when Izuku released his hand. Eraserhead stirred, and the recoil of using his quirk slammed into Izuku as hard as the relief did. His eyelids drooped and his vision flickered, consciousness becoming a fight. Izuku couldn't feel his legs anymore, which was a sign that he had pushed his limits too far. As he fought the dizziness, Izuku looked up with tilting vision just in time to see All Might throw the purple monster into the ground. Wind slammed into him, and Izuku was knocked clean off his knees and onto his back. Izuku tried to gasp, but the air had been completely knocked out of him. What was All Might been doing? Shouldn't he have beaten them already? Izuku finally took a breath, but he couldn't get up again. He stared at the ceiling as the wind died down and tried to stay awake. Izuku realized the top of the dome looked like glass from the inside, dark support beams making beautiful patterns cross over the whole curved ceiling. Die! An explosion went off, ringing in his ears, and Izuku blinked. "Oh, Kakin." Izuku tried to sit up, struggling against his exhausted body, but only accomplished making himself pant with exertion and dizziness. Crap, he couldn't move anymore, which meant unconsciousness wasn't far off. All I heard was that you all are here to kill All Might. Izuku heard a voice he barely recognized. Todoroki? Izuku heard a shout of determination from Kirishima? Stop acting so stuck up, foggy nobody. Izuku's eyelids fluttered, but he clung to consciousness. Did Kaken catch the mist villain? The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you. Todoroki said coolly. You're a careless bastard. Kaken said, triumph in his voice. You're just what I thought you'd be. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog gate covered your actual body, right? Back then, if you were completely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't hurt you, then you wouldn't have said that was close. Izuku heard a pause, and then explosions popping against metal. Don't move. If I feel like you're moving suspiciously, then I'll blow you up. That isn't very hero-like, Kirishima muttered. Nomo. The villain's single word was followed by a shrieked roar, and Izuku's vision fluctuated. Izuku clung to the sounds, even if they were shards breaking and odd thumping. Gasps rung out. What? Get back, everyone. All Might yelled. What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption. I didn't say that was all he had. The villain said, amused. This is his super regeneration. Nomo has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human sandbag. There was a pause before the villain continued. First, we need to get our gate back. Several people gasped. Go, Nomo. Izuku was glad he was lying down, because more wind would have just knocked him down. His hair whipped around his head, and his vision left him completely. Izuku squeezed his now sightless and useless eyes shut, trying to ignore the final sign that he would be passing out. He heard someone yelling. Then someone was shaking him by the shoulders, but he was already slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Izuku woke up slowly, pale orange light spilling in the window to his left. He shifted, pushing onto his elbows, and sat up fully with a mild groan. Izuku yawned and rubbed his eyes, and then froze. He was in the nurse's office, the place he'd taken his written healer exam. Right. He passed out because he saved his teacher, Aizawa. Izuku buried his face in his hands and tried to swallow back the tears that pricked his eyes. Even though he'd saved someone, Izuku couldn't help but hate himself. He was supposed to be a hero, and yet his training instincts had kicked in and forced him to be a healer in that moment. Was that what Izuku's entire heroic career was destined to be? Seeing someone injured and abandoning everything to waste his energy? He hated it. Izuku wasn't a healer, he wasn't. He'd been raised to be one. So was he done for? Was he never going to be able to leave that behind him? Izuku was yanked out of his thoughts as the door clicked. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku exclaimed as his teacher walked in. What are you doing here? Midoriya, how often do you heal people until you're unconscious? Eraserhead said blankly. Izuku blinked for a moment in surprise before he spoke. Almost never, since I've started wearing my layers. Izuku answered truthfully. It's avoidable since, when I do end up using my quirk, I'm only healing small injuries. The only other time I ever healed someone as badly as you were I was about 10. A guy was hit by a car, and I saved him. Izuku shrugged. Since then, I've only passed out twice before. They both happened at school when I was swarmed by dozens of my classmates at a time. It wasn't my fault then. Eraserhead eyed him for a moment, and then sighed. Don't do it again, he said firmly, locking eyes with Izuku. As a hero, overusing our quirk and incapacitating yourself, you're forcing those others to save you. Izuku nodded. I know. It's the same with being a medic. Running yourself to the ground helps nobody. Izuku admitted. I'm sorry. My healer training was more of a hindrance in that moment than anything else. He then frowned. The reason I passed out more quickly than I anticipated was because we were too close to the main battle. I was caught in All Might's wind blasts as he fought the Nomu, I think it was called. Izuku looked back up at his teacher. Regardless, I take full responsibility. I am not a healer, and it won't happen again. Probably. Hopefully. Good, Aizawa said shortly. He then stood and retreated to lean against the wall, and Izuku spotted Recovery, girl heading over. You're fine. She had her hands on her hips. But Kugu refused to let me use my quirk on you. He started screaming laws about healers using energy-based healing quirks on unconscious patients pretty harshly. I'm assuming that's your influence. Izuku sighed. Yeah, that's Kaken. He's not the best person, but we were friends, once. He then looked at her seriously and frowned. He's right though. I'm uninjured, so your quirk wasn't necessary regardless. But my energy levels were bad enough that I might have died if you tried to heal anything bigger than a paper cut. She frowned. Isn't that an exaggeration? Izuku shook his head and started getting up, searching for his shoes. No, the way your quirk works is much different than mine. You speed up a patient's healing process, using the amount of stamina it would actually require for them to heal it themselves, but all at once. He spotted his shoes and slipped them on. Mine, however, is erasing the injuries as if they'd never existed. It's a little bit like reversing time, except for just injuries. My quirk does its magic thing, and for every second or millisecond of required contact, I lose a predictable amount of energy. It's measurable? Recovery Girl asked immediately. Yes, for every full second I'm healing, I lose 2 hours of energy. Millisecond injuries are insignificant until they stack up to actual seconds. Izuku stood and grabbed the uniform that was sitting on a nearby end table. When I healed Aizawa-sensei, I held contact for under 20 seconds. About 17 is my most accurate guess. That's about 34 hours of energy stolen. He made eye contact with Recovery Girl to emphasize his point. I was the equivalent of someone who hadn't slept in 2 days and was up and attentive the entire time. A paper cut would require about 2 hours of pure stolen energy and definitely would have been enough to tip me over the edge. So no, I'm not exaggerating. He headed for the attached bathroom to change. He looked back at her for a moment, and when he spoke again his voice was edged with the bitter hurt he'd grown up with his entire life. I know my quirk, Recovery Girl. I've had 10 years of being forced to use it, so I know every facet of it. Trust me, no one knows my quirk better than I do. Izuku then clicked the door shut behind him and turned his back to the door to slide down it as he ran a hand through his hair in hopes of calming the harsh beating in his head. People acting like they knew his quirk better than him just pissed him right off. Izuku stood after a long moment of just sitting and breathing. Then he began to undress relatively quickly. His hero costume wasn't trashed, but Izuku was sure he'd never see it again. The whole thing needed replacing. His pants were completely soaked through with blood, dried and crusting as he pulled them off, and had left bloody smears on his legs. Aizawa's blood. Izuku tugged his gym shirt off over his head and briefly wondered where his mask and goggles had ended up. His belt was missing too, and his shoes. Izuku jumped in the shower and rinsed off just enough that he'd been clean enough to put on his uniform, but not clean enough to feel like he'd truly washed the incident off his skin. He stepped out of the bathroom in his uniform and headed for his backpack. Izuku pulled on gloves and put on a face mask, feeling much more comfortable than he had been without them. His regular, non-costume shoes sat next to his black bag, and he slipped them on as well. "Thank you for looking after me," Izuku said to Recovery Girl as he opened the nurse's office door. She gave him a distracted nod, clearly still processing his speech, and Izuku slid the door shut behind him. As he walked the empty halls, he tried to relax. He was uninjured. Aizawa was fine, not a single scratch or scar on him. His classmates were probably fine. Izuku tried to feel hopeful as he stared into the night and exited the building, gentle breezes ruffling his still damp curls. He'd survived, they all had, and that was what really mattered. But he didn't have the energy to dredge up false hope, and he felt like a failure of a hero either way. Chapter 10. Hey, did you watch the news last night? Izuku didn't turn to face the person who spoke, with his head being face down on his desk, but it didn't matter regardless considering she was invisible. Also, she wouldn't be talking to Izuku anyway, because he didn't even know her name. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all. Izuku wanted to lift his head up, if only so he could slam it down again. With flawless restraint, he didn't move. That's true. Izuku heard the other person who wore a mask, Octopus, say. Izuku was surprised he knew the boy's voice. It's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? Tailboy's voice could be heard as he laughed nervously. But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it. Kaminari sounded amused. I was surprised, Kirishima added. Can you blame them? Gyro cut in boredly. The hero course that keeps pumping out pro heroes was attacked. Who knows what would have happened if the pros hadn't showed up when they did. Zero sighed. Izuku shut his eyes and tried to tune out the chatter around him. The day off of school had been horrible. After his mother was positive Izuku was all right and recovered, she'd made sure he knew just how disappointed she was with his situation. She'd been pleased by Izuku's actions healing instead of fighting, but still furious about his involvement in the first place. His back still hurt from the bruises she'd left there, firmly cementing her point that he wouldn't hurt as often if he was in the healer course. Funnily enough, all his injuries came from her, not the USJ. Even if he hadn't been forced to put up with that, Izuku would still be exhausted. One of the things he hated about his quirk was the sluggish and sleep-deprived feeling he got after passing his limit. It lasted roughly 3 days after, depending on how badly he overexerted himself. The day after the USJ was awful, and being back at school wasn't much better. Accompanying his exhaustion was emotional bitchiness, so if people tested his patience, he'd probably snap. Everyone, morning homeroom is about to start. 7111 yelled from his seat. Izuku heard him sit down heavily, and he got the faint impression that the boy wanted to say more. Izuku briefly wondered what 7111 would have been like if he'd been picked as class rep. Probably a better rep than Izuku was, honestly. Morning. Izuku looked up to see Aizawa as he spoke, sliding the door open. He strode to the front of the classroom and stared as boredly and blankly as ever. The fight is not over yet. Izuku sighed at the dramatics, while the class tensed with panic. Fight, Kaken muttered. The villains again? Mineta cried, arms over his head. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near. There it was, Izuku sighed. Trust Aizawa to make dramatic announcements out of absolutely nothing important. The Sports Festival. That's a super normal school event. Wait. Kaminari reached back a row, putting a hand over Kirishima's face to shut him up, and Izuku decided Kaminari earned friendship points for it simply because it was cool. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Jairu interrupted, apparently not wanting to wait for whatever Kaminari shushed Kirishima for. What if they attack us again, or something? Tailboy added nervously. Apparently, they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management is as solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Aizawa then lifted his face seriously as he continued. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It's not an event to be canceled because of a few villains. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a festival of sports. Mineta said shakily. Izuku had the urge to call him an idiot. Izuku did not do this, because he repressed his inner bitchy voice that sounded too much like Kaken for comfort. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. Eraserhead continued. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of the Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching, Yaoyorozu said daintily. For scouting purposes. She clenched a fist with determined eyes, and Izuku saw the potential for her to be a hero for the first time. Maybe there was an actual person inside the snobby rich girl after all. At the realization, Izuku just set his head back on his desk tiredly. I know that, Mineta said to Yaoyorozu, a little offended. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick, Kaminari exclaimed excitedly. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that, and become eternal sidekicks, though. Jairu added, Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Jairu, I will strangle you in your sleep. Izuku said tiredly, face still on his desk. When the class went silent, he lifted his head to see a pale Jairu and a confused Kaminari, surrounded by shocked faces. What? That's the second time just now that she's steamrollered over him. Kaminari is one of the 1 in 300 students who got into UA this year, into the hero course, no less. It's more than a little insulting to suggest he's dumb. Huh. Kaminari turned bright red, and Izuku sighed. People kept staring, so he simply lowered his head back down onto his desk. Sorry, ignore me, Izuku muttered, not bothering to raise his head again. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei, back to you. Time is limited. Aizawa continued blankly, but Izuku could still feel their eyes oppressively needling into his back. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open at this event. Aizawa's speech was as perfect as usual, so Izuku raised his head to watch how people started to react. Kirishima grinned, sharp, deep on display, while Kaminari sat up straighter with a bright smile. Izuku noticed several other people staring with intense expressions at the teacher, too. The rich kids, however, managed to look bored. Todoroki leaned on a hand, and Yaoyorozu watched blankly, all trace of that bright determination gone. 1 chance a year. A total of just 3 chances. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this event. If you remember that, then don't slack off on your preparations. Yes, sir. The class chanted, excited once again. Homeroom is dismissed, Aizawa said firmly. The bell for lunch break rang, but nobody in the classroom seemed inclined to move from their classroom. Joy. Izuku was tempted to storm out of the room impatiently, but realized he couldn't do that because it'd draw too much attention to him. After his outburst during class, Izuku couldn't risk exposing his emotional state like that again. He was too vulnerable when he was tired. Even though all that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Izuku heard Kirishima yell, pumping his fists. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. Shiro bumped shoulders with Kirishima, their faces sporting matching grins. It was worth coming to UA, Sada added, punching a fist into his palm. We only receive a few chances, Tokoyami said lowly. Izuku had to do a double take, because the boy was perched neatly on the chalkboard shelf. We cannot afford to miss this. Izuku remembered Tokoyami sitting like that before, perched on his desk in the back of the room last time, one leg bent and the other hanging loosely. Ajaru, I'm getting kind of nervous now, Gloves exclaimed happily. Who was Ajaru? I need to stand out at the sports festival. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really hard, Tailboy said nervously over Gloves' excitable cheering. Was he Ajaru? Was that his name? Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Aoyama was practically cornering one of his classmates, and Izuku sighed. Why were there so many people he didn't know the names of? That one's head was shaped like a rock. Right? Aoyama repeated when the rock boy didn't respond. Poor boy looked horrified and shy. Izuku faintly remembered his quirk had something to do with animals. Ah, you're lucky, Shuji, Kaminari was saying as he sighed ruefully from behind Izuku. Your brawn stands out on its own. Izuku vaguely approved of the boy's preferred way of sitting, he realized. He sat legs crossed leaning back on his palms, perched on the edge of his desk. There's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness, Octopus pointed out, staring at one of his many hands. His name was Shuji, then. Nice. Meanwhile, Jiru snickered. I think you'll stand out too, she said to Kaminari, laughing. He stiffened defensively and made a protesting noise. Was she making fun of him again? Jiru shut up. The group of 4 turned to look at Izuku, who had turned all the way round in his chair. Shuji, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru were all staring. Seriously, let up on Kaminari. He's not doing anything to you, okay? He'll stand out just fine, and he'll be an amazing hero. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. You, on the other hand, won't get any attention if you're being a bitch. She recoiled a little, and Izuku turned back around with a huff. He crossed his arms and laid his head on his desk. Screw school. People are mean. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku rolled his head to the side to see Kaminari leaning on a hand on Izuku's desk. He sat up. Hiya, Kaminari. He sighed behind his mask. What's up? Are you excited for the festival? You seem a little angry today. Kaminari grinned playfully, tilting his head. Izuku ran a hand through his hair roughly. I'm exhausted, actually. My quirk drawbacks usually last a few days. He looked up at the boy tiredly. Although, I meant what I said. You're gonna do fine. Don't worry about Jiru. Also, sorry, I'd usually be nicer about it, but today I'm just a bit off. It's fine, you know. Kaminari laughed nervously, and he rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I'm pretty used to it. My way mode has always gotten me some laughs. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's called bullying, Kaminari, and it's unacceptable. Izuku said bluntly. The boy blinked, freezing a little. You matter as much as everyone else. You have quirk drawbacks, like everyone else, and you'll find a way past them, like everyone else. You think so? Kaminari grinned, but his eyes were wide. Of course I do. Izuku said softly. You'll be an amazing hero. Kaminari never got to respond, because Uraraka raised a fist in the back of the classroom. Everyone, she all but screamed, I'm gonna do my best. Izuku turned, and she was apparently yelling towards Azui, 7111, and Ashido. Yeah, Ashido and Ida cheered. Uraraka then rounded on Kirishima, Shiro, Satu, and Tokoyami. I'm gonna do my best. Izuku caught sight of her face, and he agreed with the group of boys as they nervously raised their fists. Why? They spoke weakly in the face of her intense expression. It was definitely an improvement from, let's just relax before their first battle training, but maybe it was a step or five too far. Izuku stood with a sigh as people finally started heading to lunch, but Kaminari stepped up next to him promptly. Want to eat with me? Kaminari asked, grinning. You can join me and Kirishima. We usually have some other classmates with us too, but it's pretty random. Izuku hesitated. He'd have to take off his mask to eat with them, and he wasn't sure if he was ready for that. Sure, he liked Kaminari well enough, but Izuku didn't know him. Still, he'd never been directly propositioned to lunch before. Sure, I guess. Izuku agreed slowly. Kaminari beamed at him and beckoned him to follow. Kaminari led him to the lunchroom and happily waited in line with Izuku, despite his silence. Kaminari chose the table, and soon other people came to join them. Izuku sat on the end, but soon the table was filled with people, and he didn't know how to feel about it. Kaminari was across from him, chatting away, and Kirishima was on his right, talking to a nearby Ashido. Tokoyami ate silently a few seats down, and Satu was gesturing wildly at a grinning Shiro. More people filled up that direction too. Aren't you going to eat? Kaminari grabbed Izuku's attention. I promise to zap anyone who tries to touch you. The boy grinned, and Izuku examined him for sincerity. He couldn't find any trace of malice, so he reluctantly nodded. I'm holding you to that. Izuku removed his mask slowly and tucked it in a pocket safely. He was immediately nervous and stared at his food as his stomach churned unhappily. He felt so exposed. So, why are you becoming a hero? Kaminari asked as Izuku finally took his first bite. What you mean? Izuku frowned. He'd already made his whole speech about how he wasn't going to be a healer. Because of that, Izuku shoved down the initial reaction to snap that he wasn't bound by his quirk to be anything. Maybe Kaminari didn't mean it as an insult? I want to be a hero like my mom is. Kaminari said conversationally, leaning back in his seat with a faint smile. She's a super great hero. Her quirk is called Lightning Rod, and it allows her to draw electricity from the ground and throw it at her opponents. Izuku blinked. That would be the electric hero, Lavina, right? Kaminari straightened with a beaming smile. Yeah, he sighed happily. She's my inspiration. Even though my drawbacks suck, I'm pretty determined. Kaminari grinned. So how about you? Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku thought about it, taking another bite before he was ready to answer. When I was little, before my quirk, I really admired All Might. Izuku admitted. But once I got my quirk, and it was a healing type, pretty much everyone told me I'd never be a hero. Said I should be a healer, where I belonged. Ever since then, I've just been trying to prove that I can be a hero just like everybody else. I know being a healer is as important as being a hero, but I don't want to heal people who've already been saved. I want to be there to help them before they're injured. Izuku looked at one of his gloved hands. I am more than my quirk. Izuku fell silent and looked up when he realized the whole table was silent. Every one of his classmates seated with them was staring, and he blinked. That's amazing, Midoriya, Kirishima exclaimed. You'll be a great hero. You think? Izuku blinked in surprise. Your goal is totally great, Midoriya, Kaminari enthused. Your quirk is cool and all, but you didn't even need it to win that battle training. Izuku stared at the boy and at the whole group who were nodding along. Thanks, he whispered. Despite how exposed he felt, Izuku sat with his classmates for the rest of lunch, even after he'd finished eating. Maybe he felt like he belonged, just a little bit. As the clock announced the end of classes, Uraraka slid the door open and froze with a gasp. There was a crowd outside their door. Dozens of students squeezed in, all looking into the room with intense expressions. Uraraka took a step back in trepidation. What's going on? She stammered loudly. Izuku sighed into his mask and stepped forward, ignoring 7111's noise of protest. Hello, students. I am Midoriya Izuku, one of class reps of 1A. He waved tiredly. What can we do for you all? Kaken clicked his tongue angrily from behind him, and Izuku prayed he didn't make a scene. They're here to scout out the enemy. Kaken grunted, walking forward. Damn it. We're the ones who made it out of the villain attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. He came to a stop next to Izuku, and Izuku sighed. Sorry about Kaken, he's always like that. Izuku rubbed a hand over his eyes and wished he were brave enough to slap Kaken. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but that one seems arrogant. A head of hair appeared and pushed through the crowd, coming to a stop in front of Kaken and Izuku. The person was a tall boy, a head taller than Izuku, and he had dark bags under violet eyes that matched his purple gravity-defying hair. Are all of the students in the hero course like that? The boy raised a challenging eyebrow, and Izuku raised one right back. He looked as tired as Izuku felt. No, just him, Izuku said, and Kaken growled. Kaken here has anger issues, but I promise he's not so bad. You said you came to see us. Izuku tilted his head to the side, and the purple-haired boy sighed. There are quite a few people here enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? Nope, Izuku said bluntly. The boy seemed taken aback. However, if they want to be heroes, I bet they'll find a way. The purple boy smirked then, in a way that had Izuku tilting his head with interest. That's just the thing. The school has left some of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. It also seems they may transfer people out. The boy glanced at Kaken. Scouting out the enemy? I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. He finished his speech, and Izuku sighed. Declaration accepted, Izuku said, ignoring the clamor behind him that seemed to disagree. If you're as good at fighting as you are at speeches, I can't wait to have you in class with us. The boy eyed him, and Izuku stared right back. Oi! Izuku turned to see a boy with oddly huge eyelashes and silver hair shaking a fist at him. I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. Welcome to 1A, member of Class B. Apparently, we're having a party. Izuku ran an exhausted hand down his face again, and a few of his classmates snickered. You can ask about the attack if you want, but I'm not the person to ask because I passed out halfway through the main fight and still haven't fully recovered yet. Midoriya, shut the hell up. Kaken shoved by him. Your stupid healing quirk makes you pass out when you're a reckless idiot. Kaken shouldered through the crowd, only to pause. He turned around to say, scanning the crowd, and said he saved our teacher's life. Izuku sighed as Kaken stormed off without another word. You have a healing quirk? Izuku immediately zoned in on the purple-haired boy and forced all trace of emotion off his face. Yes, what of it? Izuku's voice was cold, and the chatter from 1A cut off immediately at the sound of it. That seems a bit useless in this department. The boy drawled, and Izuku stiffened. Don't you belong in the healer course? There was only a beat of silence before the shouting started. How dare you? Uraraka yelled. You don't know anything about him, Kaminari exclaimed, stepping forward angrily. He is very determined to be a hero. 7111 chopped the air. Midoriya is very capable. Yaoyorozu put in, voice blank. The purple boy stepped back in surprise at the pure anger radiating from the class, and Izuku held out an arm across the doorway, stopping the class from advancing into the hallway. I belong wherever I please, Izuku said, eyes boring into the Gen Ed student. Tougher people than you have tried to stop me, and they've all failed. We can be allies, or we can be enemies. He paused, and the boy swallowed. If you make one more comment about my quirk, you'll find out exactly how I treat my enemies. I do not tolerate discrimination of any kind, even towards myself. So apologize or fuck off. He waited, but the purple boy didn't say anything. He just stared. Well, that was enough of an answer for Izuku. Izuku dropped his arm and shoved past the boy, following the path Kaken had made through the crowd. 1A exploded into noise behind him, but he kept walking. Izuku knew not everyone would accept him. He had a healing quirk for fuck's sake. He knew that. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he walked. He knew better. Damn it. So why was he surprised? Izuku's hands shook as he wiped his eyes with a sleeve, pretending the moisture there didn't exist. He should have known better. It seemed he didn't belong after all. Chapter 11. Man, Mina tugged on her gym shirt with a whine. I wanted to wear my costume. Tailboy turned, stretching, and smiled at her. To keep it fair, we can't. Izuku was pretty sure his name was Ajaru. Almost positive. I wonder what the first round will be. Satu enthused, sitting with Tokoyami. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. The boy Izuku had learned was called Shuji spoke solemnly from nearby. Yeah. Sata nodded. Everyone, are you ready? 7111's voice rang through the large waiting room. We will be entering soon. Izuku sighed. Yaoyorozu already made sure everyone had everything. 7111. Feel free to relax with everyone else while we wait. Izuku sighed and beckoned him inside. The boy marched in stiffly and sat down like a robot, arms in his lap and legs together. Izuku huffed. Good enough. I'm super pumped. Kirishima clenched a fist, sharp teeth on display. I hope I make it to the third round. Kaminari leaned back in his chair. Izuku tuned his classmates out to double-check all his clothing. Izuku had taken no risks for the festival. He wore an undershirt with a turtleneck tucked into tight pants, both under his gym uniform. Izuku wore knee socks, as well as a tighter pair of gloves than he usually wore. Lastly, he added something he had stopped wearing after the first year of middle school: ear covers. Since quirks had started dominating the population, people had developed better and better fabrics and things specifically for those quirks. The ear covers were made like that. They were like socks for his ears, sort of. He put on his face mask first, and then placed little cinched pieces of fabric over his ears. Izuku wore them religiously for 2 whole years, beyond glad his mother had bought them for him then. They covered the skin of his ears completely, without messing with his hearing in the slightest. They'd been necessary back when his classmates used to grab any skin they could see. Hey! Izuku looked up as Present Mic's voice echoed over the speakers and got to his feet. Pay attention, audience! At the announcement, Yaoyorozu stood and nodded to him firmly. Everyone, please follow me towards the tunnels. It's almost time for our entrance. Yaoyorozu headed to the door, chairs and feet scuffing the floor as people made to follow. Swarm, mass media. This way, Izuku called to the last few people as they scrambled to keep up with the main group. Follow Yaoyorozu. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Is everyone here? Yaoyorozu checked, and Izuku tried to count heads as well. He could see 19. Perfect. Yaoyorozu seemed to arrive at the same conclusion and nodded firmly. All right. When Mike-sensei calls our class, we'll be walking out into the stadium. Let's do our best, everyone. The class cheered in excitement. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the first years to enter the first-year stage. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A. Izuku took a deep breath and blew it out. He stepped forward into the light of the stadium with his class and tried not to let his nerves show. Cheers assaulted his ears and light burned his eyes, but he kept a blank face in spite of it. His class came to a stop in the middle of the field, and they all clumped together into a condensed group as more students joined them, one class at a time, as Mike called them forward. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. And Business Course I, J, and K. All of UA's first-year students are here now. Izuku glanced around at the new faces and noted many different expressions. Some just looked excited, and others looked utterly bored. One of those people had purple hair, and Izuku's gaze met his. Izuku narrowed his eyes, the boy's face sparking with anxiety, and Izuku glared at him until purple eyes looked away first. Izuku would not back down. As everyone stood on the red dirt square, Midnight appeared and snapped a whip in the air for their attention and silence. Time for the player pledge, she declared from the purple platform she stood on. Izuku sighed as he realized she was wearing a new costume, skin-tight, and immensely revealing despite the fact it covered her entire body from neck to fingertips. What the heck is Midnight Sensei wearing? Kirishima gritted out, ears pink. That's an R-rated hero for you, Kaminari said. His face was blank, but it was dusted pink as well. Is it okay for her to be at high school, even though she's R-rated? Tokoyami pondered. Yes, Mineta exclaimed with an approving thumbs up and metaphorical nosebleed. Izuku took a breath so he didn't slap a child on live television. Quiet, everyone, Midnight called, snapping her whip again. Representing the students is Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A. At once, every member of 1A either froze or groaned. Seriously? Kaken, Izuku facepalmed, already knowing what was coming as Kaken nonchalantly walked forward with a blank expression. The guy did place first in the entrance exams. A Gen Ed student spoke up pointedly, but a classmate of his scoffed. In the hero course, a brown-haired girl said dismissively, and Izuku frowned at her tone. It's obvious they hate us. Shiro leaned over to whisper. And it's all Bakugo's fault. Kaminari complained with a scowl as Kaken finally climbed the steps and reached the microphone stand. I pledge, I'll be number 1. As soon as Kaken spoke, all of 1A groaned. They'd seen it coming, but still. Though, their groans were completely drowned out by the angry voices shouting towards not only Kaken, but all of 1A. What the hell? Boo. Take this seriously. Step messing around. Don't get so full of yourselves, Class A. You smug bastard. The shouting made Izuku's head hurt, and he sighed when 7111 stepped forward and only added more drama by shouting. Why are you doing this? It's disgraceful. The least you can do is act as a stepping stone for me to jump off of. Kaken replied blandly and stuck his tongue out rudely. The other classes didn't take well to that. How overconfident can you get? Izuku recognized the angry voice ruminating from the silver boy from 1B with odd eyelashes and winced. I'll crush you. As Kaken stepped off the podium, walking back down to the class, Izuku narrowed his eyes at him. He slammed his shoulder against Izuku's as he went by, but something was different with him. Izuku couldn't quite tell what it was, but Kaken seemed off. Now, let's get started right away, Midnight declared as the students continued to whisper unhappily. The first round is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. She pointed her whip at the students in a dramatic pose. Now, here is the fateful first game. This year a giant board appeared behind her, colorful and spinning, before it stopped on a screen that read obstacle race. Izuku blinked. All 11 classes will participate in this race, Midnight told them, facing the screen with her hands on her hips. The board showed 4 colors for the 4 courses. Red was A and B, blue for C, D, and E, green held F, G, H, while I, J, and K were represented with orange. The course will be the outer circumference of the stadium, about 4 kilometers. A blue ring appeared, glowing around what was most likely a model of the stadium, and a little figure was running around the course in a circle. Our school's selling point is freedom. She snapped her whip and licked her lips. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. The crowd cheered and students shifted from foot to foot, some anxious and some excited. Izuku was leaning towards anxious, but only slightly. Now, take your places, everyone. Izuku clenched his fists in determination and followed as they were led from the field. They were brought to a huge gateway, followed by a small corridor. 3 green lights lit the top, and Izuku waited. His class was all looking grimly determined, and Izuku realized he'd be truly competing with them for the first time. Sure, they had exercises where they fought, but never a true competition such as this. Pessimistically, Izuku almost didn't know if he'd be able to measure up against them in an actual fight. One light went out. Izuku didn't know who he could beat one-on-ones, but he stood a good chance in group challenges like the obstacle race. He was fast, and he could reliably plan on the fly. In theory, sometimes. Two lights were out. Izuku leaned forward on his left foot, ready to start running. He assessed the students around him, and many seemed to be doing the same. The last light went out. Start. With Midnight's yell, students exploded into action. They stampeded forward, and Izuku suddenly recognized what would happen next all too well. It was going to be the UA barrier break-in all over again. Fuck. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Mike screamed through the speakers. Are you ready to do the commentary? He said to seemingly no one. You're the one who forced me to come. Izuku choked hearing Aizawa's voice. Students approached the gate, running closer and closer to a doom Izuku didn't like. Let's get started right away. Why should we pay attention to the early stages? This part right now. Izuku hated being right, just this once. He was almost immediately stuck, shoved between people with elbows jabbing into from every angle with hands and limbs through against and all over his body. It was suffocating, and for a moment all he could do was drown in the fact that he was being touched from all sides. Izuku gasped as freezing cold mist curled around him, and looked down to see cold frost approaching in a wave. A moment later, ice covered the ground and crawled up the wall of the exit, making Izuku sigh. Todoroki. Sorry, but Todoroki sprinted in front of the ground with ice in his wake. Yaoyorozu shot after him, launching with a pole from her wrist. Kaken blasted over the ice, grinning as his hand sparked. Kirishima just jumped. Aoyama faced the wrong way and flew the correct way with his naval laser shooting out. Naive, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu admonished. I won't let you get away so easily. Kaken screamed at Todoroki, exploding towards the boy in the lead. You half-and-half bastard. Izuku was lucky enough to avoid the ice, but only enough to get ahead of the majority of non-hero course students. Still, as soon as he cleared the masses, he sprinted after Todoroki and the students in the lead. It didn't particularly matter he was sprinting on ice. He practiced through worse. Izuku sighed as he ran, hearing Ajiru and Tokoyami chasing after him, as well as Ishido who evaded the ice too. The majority of students quickly freed their ankles, only to fall all over themselves as they slid across Todoroki's ice. Amateurs. More people outside of Class 1A were able to dodge that than I expected, Todoroki said blankly, also looking over his shoulder. I've outwitted you, Todoroki. How pathetic. Izuku looked back to see Mineta jumping over the ice, throwing his quirk out in front of him to spring off of. Take this. My special attack. Mineta closed in on Todoroki from above. GRA. And he was gone. Mineta had been smacked out of the air by one of the robots from the Hero Course entrance exam. Izuku gasped, stopping a few feet behind Todoroki. Obstacles have shown up suddenly. Mike exclaimed, starting with the first barrier. Todoroki hesitated. Robo Inferno. People started screaming, and Izuku scrambled to come up with a plan. He didn't have his knife to fight robots like at the entrance exams, so really he just stared dumbly at them for a moment. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better. Todoroki raised an ice-covered hand as he also sent our ice from his right foot, and Izuku got ready to bullshit his way through. He'd do whatever it took to win. Todoroki spun in a circle, creating a massive wave of ice, and slammed into an approaching robot. It froze, ice covering every inch of it apart from the very top. Izuku tried not to gape at the sheer power radiating from Todoroki as frozen mist hung in the air around him. Todoroki sprinted through, and people started screaming about going after him, but Izuku paused. No, wait. Izuku yelled. I wouldn't if I were you. Todoroki's voice rang out. I froze them when they were unbalanced. They'll fall over. As he spoke, ice cracked and the robots shifted, tipping over just as he said they would. Izuku then realized he'd been standing way too close to Todoroki, and shrieked as a robot fell right above him. Metal consumed his vision, and ducking with a terrified cry was all he could do before the robot crumpled on top of him completely. However, instead of metal crushing him at intense speeds, a body slammed into his and curled protectively around him. Izuku gasped, recognizing the harsh texture of Kirishima's quirk. "It's fine, Midoriya," Kirishima yelled in his ear. "Oh, thank God," Izuku exclaimed, and he tried to force air back into his burning lungs. "Hey, someone's trapped underneath," a muffled voice shrieked from outside. "Wouldn't that kill them?" "Midoriya," someone else cried out. "Can people die at the sports festival?" Someone screamed. Izuku felt Kirishima push upwards, denting the metal, and then explode outwards after a few more attempts. "Like I'd die," Kirishima yelled, triumphant. He then reached down and pulled Izuku out of the hole after him. "As if I'd let him die." Kirishima from Class A was underneath, protecting Midoriya, also from Class A? That's crazy. That bastard, Todoroki. He timed it on purpose so it'd be right when they fell. Kirishima growled. "If it hadn't been me, someone would have died. Midoriya could have died." Kirishima admonished a nearby camera, releasing Izuku as he found his footing. Another den appeared, someone smashing through just as Kirishima had from another spot. That Class A. It really is filled with bastards. Izuku squinted and realized it was the silver 1B guy again. Except entirely made out of steel? Oh, another hardening quirk. Tetsu from Class B was also underneath. That's crazy. By Kirishima. Thanks for literally saving my life. Izuku shouted as the 1B Kirishima mimicked what Kirishima had already said about not dying, and he slid down the robot towards the direction Todoroki had run off to. As soon as Izuku landed, he started sprinting. Kirishima was running close behind, 1B Kirishima right behind him. Izuku ran ahead of them, and they were consequently tanking every attack thrown at Izuku because he kept diving out of the way. Both boys were too busy arguing about who was better and how to stand out when they were practically the same to really notice Izuku's accidental targeting. Izuku grinned as he cleared the robots with Kaken, Tokoyami, and Sero flying over his head. His classmates all seemed to be following not too far behind, and so Izuku kept running. He had a race to finish. Hey, the first barrier's a piece of cake? Then what about the second?" Mick's voice rang ominously excited. "If you fall, you're out. If you don't want to fall, then crawl. It's the fall." Izuku got there just in time to see Todoroki sliding across a wire on one foot, riding a slim path of ice. Kaken blasted his way over, right on Todoroki's tail. Izuku hesitated before deciding to absolutely screw it. Izuku sprinted right for the ropes and ran onto them. He'd been roughly taught how to run across balance beams, but they were much thicker. A different could it be? He ran, wobbling every other step as he tried to focus. Azui was crawling along the wire next to him, and he realized that meant the majority was not far behind. And now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through the fall first, Mike announced. Izuku reached his fifth pillar across when a pink-haired cackling demon covered in metal positively blasted by him. Well, that was none of his business. When Izuku reached the other side, he wanted to pause for a rest and then kicked that part of himself firmly. He sprinted on and up the red staircase. The lead pack is a step ahead, but below them, everyone's clumped together. Izuku grinned, seeing no one clumped near him, and decided he was a part of the lead pack then. Todoroki and first place couldn't be far. They haven't announced how many people will make it through, so you can't relax. Push forward. Izuku reckoned he was safe for now, but that could always change. And now, we've quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it's a minefield. Izuku loved Mike, and the way he spoiled what the next stage was, it made things easier to prepare for. A minefield was the perfect final stage. Everyone who couldn't fly the whole way would need to take it slow or risk blowing sky high. Except, how powerful were they really? It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. Izuku finally got his answer. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they're not that powerful, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Izuku blinked as he ran. What did that mean? That depends on the person, Aizawa said reasonably. Izuku realized he hadn't really been listening when Eraserhead spoke, and suddenly felt really bad about it. Oh well. He arrived to see Todoroki had barely started walking through and staring at the ground, but Kugu blasting after him at full speed. Well, that wouldn't go well. Izuku stood still as people caught up, studying the bombs and the way they reacted. Ida couldn't outrun the mines. He was caught by pink explosions. That meant Izuku couldn't either. People were hopping across, eyeing the floor, and moving relatively quickly, but Izuku would never win that way. How could he win? He found his answer as someone went flying into the air from hitting two bombs at once, screaming as he went, and Izuku suddenly had an idea. He needed more mines. Izuku noticed Yaoyorozu running by, looking increasingly desperate. She was creating things and dropping them as she tried different things that might work, while also dodging Mineta. He was diving for Yaoyorozu's gym shirt that was wide open in the front to reveal a low-cut black bra. Izuku grinned as she tossed a shield to the side, apparently realizing she can't protect herself from Mineta's pop-off and the bombs at the same time while holding it. Izuku darted for it as she scrambled away and scooped it up. It was metal, about the size of Izuku's arm and thick as his torso. He decided it would probably work. People stared at Izuku as he started shoving bombs together, but all Izuku could think about is Todoroki and Kaken fighting as they got halfway across the field. He needed to catch up. When he was satisfied with his pile of roughly half a dozen bombs, he took a running start and belly flopped onto them using his shield as a sled. He was immediately blown sky high, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh freely as the wind whipped by, and he soared across the minefield much faster than he'd anticipated. There's a huge explosion at the back? Izuku grinned at his completely bewildered tone. What's with that force? Aha! Was it an accident, or did he do it on purpose? Class A's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Actually, he's taken the lead. Izuku threw his head back and laughed in delight as he sailed over Todoroki and Kaken, both looking at him as if he was insane. What can he say? He definitely was. Midoriya, how did you do that? You're dead. Kaken's explosions got louder as he stopped fighting with Todoroki to chase him, flying after Izuku with presumably immense force. The two formerly in the lead have stopped slowing each other down and are chasing Midoriya. Izuku continued laughing, realizing Todoroki must be running after him, most likely risking using his eyes to momentarily freeze the bombs as he ran over them. Now that they have a common enemy, they've stopped fighting. The fight's not over yet, though. What are you even saying? Aizawa's tired voice asked. Izuku grinned. Izuku was losing altitude, but he'd already known that. If he timed it just right, he could smash down again on just a single bomb to send him forward low and straight. Izuku could roll that off and theoretically land safely. Come to think of it, Izuku should probably stop relying on theoreticals. Oh well. Izuku glanced down to see Todoroki approaching his right, Kaken on his left, and grinned. Maybe he'll take out his opponents while he's at it. Izuku flipped over in the air, planted both feet on their shoulders, and threw the shield at the ground. Izuku miscalculated a minor amount, the distance between bombs having shortened, and ended up slamming into about 3 of them. Izuku blasted forwards, while Todoroki and Kaken were blasted full force from right under their feet. Izuku flew a good 15 feet before slamming into the ground feet first, his shoes absorbing minor amounts of impact, and Izuku tucked into a tight roll. He rolled to his feet and sprinted forwards, even with no air in his lungs and his feet burning. Ow, 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 ow. Midoriya swiftly blocks those behind him. Would you believe it? He cleared the minefield in an instant. Mike cheered. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. What are you teaching them? I didn't do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Izuku grinned with triumph as he entered the tunnel back into the stadium, even as feet pounded behind him. UA Sports Festival, first-year stage. Not listening. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Right now, the first person back to the stadium is that student. Midoriya Izuku's made a huge splash, earning himself first place. Izuku ran through the archway, grinning under his mask with eyes lit with joy, and he slowed to a jog as people cheered. Kaken and Todoroki blasted through after him, but Izuku didn't pay them any mind as he basked in his victory. And now, they're finishing one after another. We'll make a list of results later, but for now, good work. Izuku plopped down cross-legged, catching his breath for a moment, and gasped desperately for air as he briefly pulled off his face mask. A camera zipped by, and he grinned at it with a wave. Izuku stayed there as he waited for others to finish, holding his ear covering so he didn't lose it. Kakin sent him a glare, but Izuku ignored it as he took several deep breaths before replacing his mask back on his face. The last participant made it through the archway, and a loud buzzer sound marked the end of the first round. He'd done it. First place. Chapter 12. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Midnight declared. Now, take a look at the results. Izuku eyed the list for names and faces he recognized. It was convenient that they added pictures. Midoriya Izuku 1. Todoroki Shido 2. Bakugo Katsuki 3. Idatenya 6. Tokoyami Fumikage 7. Shiro Hanta 8. Kirishima Ijiru 9. Ajiru Mashireo 11. Azui Tsu 13. Shuji Mezu 14. Satu Rikadu 15. Uraraka Ochako 16. Yayarosa Momo 17. Mineta Minoru 18. Ashido Mina 19. Kudakuji 20. Jairu Kyuka 21. Kaminari Denki 24. Shinso Hitoshi 27. Hagakure Turu 38. Aoyama Yuga 42. Izuku recognized purple hair on the board, so Shinso must be the purple-haired guy's name. Lovely. Additionally, Aoyama skated by to earn himself a spot in the second round, coming in at 42nd place. In spite of his subpar ranking, it meant every member of 1A and 1B passed. The two people outside the hero course moving on were Shinso and the pink-haired demon girl Izuku had glimpsed during the fall, apparently named Hatsum. That was a mildly suboptimal outcome. The top 42 made it through to the next round. Midnight announced to the students, "It's unfortunate, but don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine." She licked her lips. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry'll be all over it. Give it your all. The board appeared again, spinning, and her whip cracked once more. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? It spun, colors blurring. I just said it, and here it is. The board stopped on Cavalry Battle. Cavalry Battle? Kaminari exclaimed, slumping. Oh man, I'm bad at those. It's not an individual event, so I wonder how it'll work. Azui tapped her chin with a finger. Let me explain. Midnight turned towards the board. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 as they wish. A picture of All Might riding on 13's shoulders with present Mike in the back appeared on screen, and Izuku cracked a smile at the ridiculous image. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one thing that's different is... She paused dramatically. Based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? Sata muttered. That's easy to understand. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Uraraka summarized happily. Ashido gasped. I see, she exclaimed, both hands making finger guns. They all jumped as Midnight slammed her whip into the platform and leaned towards them. You guys, don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Midnight shouted. Fine, yes, that's right. And the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st place gets 10 points. Izuku didn't like the sound of that for some reason. The point value assigned to first place is 10 million. Izuku was still sitting crisscross on the ground, and so he tilted his head back as he was suddenly assaulted by intense eyes and harsh expressions. He frowned and remained as still as possible without tensing noticeably. It was like primary school all over again, if the kids there had been more powerful and a lot motivated to murder him. That's right, it's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight declared cheerfully. Izuku sighed and flopped onto his back. Well, this'll be fun. Izuku muttered up at the sky and laid there as he tried to sort out his thoughts. Izuku knew finding partners would be extremely difficult, considering his point value. Nobody wanted to try and point camp the millions the whole round. The reward wasn't worth the risk for them when there were easier wins to be had. However, there might be people who wanted to stand out, and Izuku could definitely offer that. It would be difficult finding people who wanted to stand out so badly they were willing to have 10 million points painted across their forehead. Oh, oh fuck. Izuku knew exactly who wanted to be noticed that badly, and he hated it. A part of him wanted to just ignore the sensible side of him to be petty, but the other part of him wanted to win, and that meant he needed a team. God damn it. Brushing himself off to stand, Izuku reluctantly began his search for purple gravity-defying hair, seemingly spinning around aimlessly in circles. Luckily, Shinso was extremely tall, and Izuku caught sight of him standing with his hands in his pockets, assessing the crowd. Most people would assume he was assessing who was desperate for partners and would be willing to take him. However, Shinso instead looked more confident than Izuku would have expected. The look seemed out of place for someone who had no allies, but Izuku brushed off his unease as he made up his mind. Izuku jogged over, shoving the memories of the boy's previous words out of his head. Shinso would be useful to him, that was all. Izuku could work with him for a little while and then never talk to him again. Yeah, that'd be fine, right? Oh well, too late now. Hey, Izuku said carefully when Shinso noticed him approaching. Shinso, right? I saw you got 27th, nice. The boy eyed him suspiciously, but nodded nonetheless. Thanks. What do you want? I'd like us to be on a team. Izuku's words seemed to startle the boy so thoroughly his intense expression fell into nothing but surprise. I think we can help each other. You said you were looking to transfer and be a hero, which means you probably want people to notice you, right? If you team up with me, it'll get you all the attention you want and more. What's in it for you? Shinso asked doubtfully, examining him skeptically. I need team members who are willing to have a target on their back to be noticed. Izuku scowled. Most people would turn me down because they don't want to risk it. You, on the other hand, seem like you'd appreciate the attention. That's the only reason I asked you. You're not even going to ask about my quirk. Shinso prompted, more than a little accusatory, and Izuku narrowed his eyes. You gonna insult my place in the hero course again? The boy's silence said enough, so Izuku just shook his head ruefully. Well then, why would I ask? I don't care what it is unless you think it'll help us win. Your quirk status doesn't mean anything to me, as long as you keep your mouth shut about mine. The boy eyed him for a long moment, gears in his head turning, before he sighed in resignation. I guess that's a wrench in my plan. Shinso muttered, all right, fine. Who else did you have in mind? Well, I was hoping we could snag someone with a more active quirk. Oi, Midoriya. Izuku turned in surprise, and his eyes widened at the girl sprinting for him. Let's be a team. Oh, sure. Izuku blinked in surprise at her enthusiasm. Uraraka looked like she'd eaten a pound of sugar and downed a gallon of caffeine. It was ridiculous. Awesome. Uraraka pumped a fist. I thought it'd be better to team up with someone I get along with, like you. She then seemed to notice his companion, and Uraraka side-eyed Shinso a little suspiciously. Why is he here? Is he bothering you, Midoriya? Her concern made Izuku feel warm inside, and he smiled softly. Uraraka, this is Shinso. We're teaming up so he can be in the spotlight for this round. We're putting any previous interactions behind us. Izuku saw Shinso wince a little at the words in apparent regret. Or maybe Izuku was just kidding himself by hoping that's what it was. Either way, Uraraka just nodded firmly in acceptance. All right then, she grinned. So the three of us. Then she froze when a small giggle sounded behind Izuku. As I thought, this is great. Izuku and his group turned at the voice curiously. You stand out. A girl then went all up in Izuku's face, huge goggles and pink dreads consuming his vision. Team up with me, person in first place. Who are you? Uraraka asked, leaning forward with a frown to no doubt get a better look. The pink-haired girl laughed, one hand pushing up her goggles to reveal huge yellow eyes. They had odd little cross-sections in them, and Izuku wondered if her quirk was sight-based. I am Hatsum Mei from the support course, she said, grinning. She then ignored Uraraka to face Izuku again. I don't know you, but let me use your position. If I team up with you, I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? She leaned in close, and Izuku leaned back ever so slightly, as her face was getting dangerously close to his. If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big companies. She leaned even closer. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Uraraka held up her hands in a confused panic. Wait a minute. Babies and big companies. Uraraka exclaimed, and Izuku answered with a sigh before the menace could. Her support items, I'd guess. Izuku said, and then he took a long step backwards before addressing Hatsum again. We'd love to have you, and you can use your inventions as much as you want using my spotlight. Welcome to the team. Hatsum excitedly pulled out a box. The support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you like. I saw you propel yourself across the fall somehow. Which gadget makes you fly? Izuku asked immediately. She held up a silver box-shaped item the size of her torso. It looked like a jetpack? That was Wire Arrow, but I have something even better for you. I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. Hatsum announced proudly, and she showed off the item with a massive grin. Cool, what else have you got? He leaned over to look at the box. Izuku then turned in surprise when Shinso stepped forward with a frown. How confident are you looking at this team? Shinso asked, eyes intense. Can we win? We can win. Izuku answered with a hum. I can work with this. You're sure? Shinso. Izuku turned to him and said as firmly as possible, I'll get you to first place. Shinsu's eyes widened, and he nodded firmly a moment later. Then let's do this. Shinso said decisively. So what's the plan? You said I'm the rider, right? Izuku opened his mouth, but then hesitated. Shoot, I forgot about my quirk. If I'm going to be on the bottom. I'm sure they won't mind, Midoriya, Uraraka said encouragingly. No big deal if you tag me, promise. Izuku was about to explain how it was more about the drawback than anything else, but Shinso spoke up first. Is it dangerous or something? I thought it was a healing quirk. Izuku winced as Shinso eyed him distrustfully, and Izuku tried to pretend it didn't hurt. Shut up, Uraraka growled. You don't know anything about him. Shinso recoiled a little, and Izuku put an exhausted hand on Uraraka's shoulder with a sigh. Maybe this had been a bad idea. Just don't touch my skin at all. Izuku told Shinso vaguely. I can't handle the drawback right now. It'd ruin our chances of winning. That seems kinda counterproductive for a healing quirk. Watch your mouth. Uraraka looked 2 seconds away from punching him, which is probably why Shinso held his hands up in mock surrender. Izuku just sighed again, trying his best to smother the sharp bitterness bubbling in his chest. It's fine, Uraraka. A lie. Anyway, don't touch my skin. It's pretty much all covered, so you shouldn't have to worry too much. Fine. Shinso shrugged, and Uraraka nodded even as she scowled at Shinso. Hatsum didn't acknowledge him, but Izuku let that slide considering she was tinkering with something in her toolbox. Okay, let's put on a show then, shall we? A harsh beep rang through the stadium like a foghorn, prompting Izuku and his group to look up. The board flashed times up, and everyone's attention was brought to midnight again. She was stretching, smiling out at everyone a little slyly. Now then, it's about time to get started, she declared. Come on, wake up, Eraser. Mixed complaining made Izuku smile, and his amusement doubled at Eraserhead's disgruntled noise and protest. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. There are some interesting teams out there, Aizawa muttered, making nearly all of Class A blink in confusion. There were so many of them on the field. Who was he talking about? Now raise those battle cries. Mike continued without delay. It's time for UA's bloody battle. Light the signal flame. Izuku held firm in his position, even as Shinso wiggled slightly as he tied the 10,225 headband firmly over his forehead. Izuku was in front, Shinso standing on Uraraka and Hatsum's hands as he held on to Izuku's shoulders for balance. Hatsum, is everything set? Izuku asked, eyes examining the board showing off the other teams. Team Shinso, 10,225. Team Bakugu, 665. Team Todoroki, 615. Team Mineta, for 20. Team Hagakure, 390. Team Aoyama, 345. Team Hananuki, 320. Team Monoma, 305. Team Kendo, 225. Team Rin, 175. Team Kuda, 160. Team Pony, 70. Izuku nodded to himself, but paused when he couldn't find a few of his classmates. He only found 16. Realizing this, Izuku made a mental note to be wary near Shuji. He looked highly suspicious, seemingly on a team by himself while Azui and Mineta were unaccounted for. My babies are in tip-top shape, Hatsum squealed, and Izuku refocused on his team with a nod. Good to hear. Uraraka, let me know if anything changes and you're reaching your limit at any point and need to release anything. Understand? Knowing your limits is important. Yes, she called, voice hard with determination. And Shinso. Dodge people's hands and quirks. Shinso sighed. I got this. No, it goes for you as well. Izuku said firmly. Seriously, if you need something, tell me. I don't care if you hate me, but you have to cooperate and communicate properly or we're going to lose. Shinso sighed again. Yeah, whatever. Izuku gritted his teeth, but didn't bother saying anything else. The screen beeped above them, displaying "Are you ready?" as the loudspeakers clicked on again, filling the stadium with present mixed voice. All right, you've made your teams, right? Izuku figured it was too late now if someone was left out. I'm not going to ask if you're ready or not. Now let's go. Counting down to the brutal battle royal. Izuku felt Shinso shuffle, the weight of the jetpack on his back being pushed into Izuku's shoulder for better balance, and Izuku tilted a little to compensate for the motion. 3. Izuku checked on Uraraka, eyeing Hatsum's boots she wore in perfect condition. 2. Teams all around the giant red dirt square, watching Izuku and his team with anticipatory eyes. 1. Remember the plans. Izuku whispered. His teammates all made noises of affirmation, and he took a deep breath as Midnight's whip came down. Start.